원투는요?
What? 에?
원투!
이거 고수준에서 어떻게 보십니까, 이거?
이거 지금 비상! 너무하다, 이 수련회. 네. 자.
캐테고리 선택해야지.
네.
Yes, 울프, yes! LCK 선택할 수 있어요?
야, 한국말 엄청 잘하시는데?
LCK 선택할 수 있어요? 그러면 롤밈 1.
오? 롤? 아니, 이걸 한다고? 야, 롤밈을 하신다고? 준비. 시작. 자.
안 돼, 밈 안 돼.
The one who gets the objectives, the ability to use the objectives. How do you secure an objective? I have no idea what you're saying. Okay, how do you get an objective? What? How do you get an objective? Rapper, he's a rapper. Okay, next, pass. Skip. Okay, pass. 잠깐만. Okay, pass. These are hard. Okay, D+. D+, top lane. Top lane. D+, top lane. Ceremony. D+, top lane, ceremony. What does a D+, top laner do?
I have no idea. Oh my god.
커뮤니케이트가 아예 안 되는데? D+, top laner, ceremony.
God, I just don't know.
Okay,
Your
next,
face
pass.
is moving and I don't
no, so easy.
understand.
Okay. Flame Horizon. Okay. There's a difference in oh God. How do I even explain without using the word?
God!
You were so good at this. You were so good. Because I have no idea what your mouth is doing.
Pass. Okay. Okay. If someone has to go to the bathroom during a game,
Go to the bathroom.
they have to pause. This could create a
Toilet
this
issue.
could create a. This could create a. Oh my God! How do I explain this? Okay, next, pass. Oh, we're so doomed. What?
야, 밈은 안 된 거 같아.
밈은 안 돼, 밈 하면 안 돼.
애기들 있으니까 너무 부끄럽지 않게.
Double dance. Oh, LCK was so easy compared to this.
I think I have brain damage.
방송은 재밌었어요. 방송은 저희는 제시어 한국어로 하겠습니다.
혜지님. 안녕.
시작!
화이팅.
왕인데 한글을 만들었어.
뭐라고? 천천히. 자, 못 맞추면 나락이에요.
왕 알아? 패스.
아, 이걸 넘겼어?
밥 먹을 때.
밥 먹을
어떻게
때.
해? 주문하잖아.
밥 먹을 때 뭐?
오토바이.
이랬어요. 아까 이랬어.
바이.
오밤?
패스. 우리 치맥. 치킨이랑
이하.
맥주 먹으러.
뭐라고요? 이하?
아니 근데 입 모양이 저렇게 정확한데
서울에서 가장 큰 강.
야 진짜 모르겠어 이거 어떻게? 이하?
소시적을 미국에서 보내가지고 안 통해.
아니, 이게 지금 왜 모르는 거야?
물. 물.
부자?
물이 많으면
부산?
아니면 바다. 바다다운 강.
해운대?
강.
해운대? 바다.
강.
부산?
패스. 고기 먹을 때. 고기 먹을 때.
오지?
고기 먹을 때.
오지환?
오지환.
게임밥.
종로?
게임밥.
종각?
컴퓨터가 많은 게임밥.
It's like the other answers. That'll be it.
정말 좋은 플레이였습니다.
우와.
빵점인 것 같은데 맞나요?
네.
맞습니다. 네, 오케이. 자,
안 되겠다. 우리 둘이 가자. 우리 오타쿠 듀오로 가자.
그래, 에라의 민투 가.
우리 롤 밈트로 그냥
좋아,
기세로
좋아.
찍어.
여기는 뇌 구조가 좀 맞아. 여기는
여기는 LEC로 단련된 뇌구조라서.
자, 시작.
헬리오스. 헬리오스 태양신. 헬리오스 억지. 헬리오스 태양신 분석 데스크. 헬리오스 밈. 헬리오스 집. 마고? 아니 맞고?
개인적으로 우리 집 주소 말하면 어떡해.
형 어디 살더라? 헬리오스 밈 뭐라고?
몰라. 패스.
드래곤볼.
패스.
클레오파트라. 데프트. 잼피씨. 데프트. 재밌어. 데프트 밈. NPC. DRX. 데프트. 천천히. 감다운. 다시. 묘기. 포니 화이팅. 빵점이라고? 빵점이에요?
빵점이야?
야, T1 바로 서커스. 그런 이야기를 했었어?
제시어는 뭘로 할 거예요?
저희 핫트렌드
트렌드를 이 두 개.
트렌드.
헬리우스님이 자신 있대요.
오케이.
시작.
오 마이 갓. 패스. 밸런스 안 맞아. 밸런스가 안 맞아.
표정 봐.
어떻게?
나물. 봄에 나오는 나물. 모르지?
무슨 사물?
너 트렌드 모르지?
아 비야 안 됩니다 비야.
챗GPT, 제미나이. 그런 게 뭐야? 두 글자로.
AI?
두바이에서 나오는 쿠키.
주머니?
쿠키 먹는 거야, 먹는 거.
먹는 거?
두바이.
주말에 먹는 거?
유행한 거. 쫀쫀한 거.
주말에 먹는 거? 술?
세 글자.
대화가 되고 있어.
술 네 글자?
너 안 먹어봤지?
아 자꾸 비난하세요.
자, 점 보는 거야, 점. 무당, 점.
점?
들려나 봐.
태연아 씨가, 오케이. 나이스!
재밌다.
봄동 비빔밥은 왜 못했어요?
아니 근데 그런 두개 맞췄으면은 아니
아니 요즘 유행이니까.
와 속담 어떻게 하냐?
채한이 속담 잘 맞추.
속담은 표현하는 사람이 정신 나갈 것 같은데.
말해봐요. 말해보라고.
하나도 안 들려. 하나도 안 들린다고. 시작.
내 속담 안 하길 잘했다.
오 마이 갓.
내가 말을 잘해서 빛을 갚는 거야. 이거 뭐야? 말로 써. 빛을 갚아.
미치겠다고요?
이거 절대 못 맞춰 이거.
베스트.
어리면 어떡해.
이게
어딜 봐.
스파이시.
어딜 보는 거야.
매워.
안 돼.
이렇게 하지 마. 다시.
이게 굉장히 매운데 작을수록
안 돼. 너.
동작으로 가르쳐주는 거 아니에요 이거?
더 핫해. 작을수록 더 핫해.
패스.
아,
근데 진짜 어려워. 이거 진짜 어려워 맞추기.
야금야금 모으면 부자가 될 수 있다.
천천히.
조금씩 모으면 난 부자가 될 수 있어. 조금씩 모으면 난 부자가 된다.
너무 웃기다 속담.
This is so impossible.
절약을 많이 할수록 부자가 될 수 있어. 절약.
넌 부자가 될 거야.
절약을 해야 돼.
아니 어떻게 비곤이 잘한 거야?
넘겨.
형 화내지 마. 화내지 마. 형 화내지 마.
뭐라고?
화났어요?
밭에 심을수록 그게 나와.
목에 핏대 봐. 목에 핏.
내가 심은 게 내가 나와.
아니 채아이 눈 봐봐. 눈 튀어나올 것 같아.
나를 심으면
점점 몸도 나오고 있어.
내가 나와.
이렇게 나오고 있어. 발사 준비한다.
나와,
차원이 발사 준비한다.
그냥 콩 콩이 심어. 콩이 심어. 다시 심어.
죽어 진짜.
그럼 뭐가 나와?
예, 팀장.
예,
자, 억수 어떻게 역전 컴백 가능해요?
Can we come back?
Do we get bounties, you know?
We get bounties.
I think we might need them, maybe.
다음 경기는 마지막 경기고 네, 단합력을 극한으로 끌어올려야 하는 5인 육각 미션 릴레이입니다.
릴레이 하는 거네.
5인 육각! 릴레이! 9전승 한 팀을 정하는 게임을 진행을 할 건데
이거 분석가들 간의 자존심 싸움인데.
전멸, 궁, EW 순, 유나라, 말파이트, 노틸러스, 잭스 순으로 데스, 루시안이 꿰뚫는 빛으로 에이스 성공.
예! 이거거든요.
렛츠고 한번 해보자. 시작. 원, 투, 원, 투.
우리 빨라. 우리 진짜 빨라. 우리 진짜 빨라.
천천히 가는 게 괜찮을 것 같아요. 이거 어차피 이거는
맞아,
시간
맞아.
걸리니까.
네네네.
저희가 아까 배점 얘기를 안 했는데 마지막 경기는 마지막 경기인 만큼 배점이 100점입니다.
아니, 저희가 그럼 1등인데 지면 끝이네요.
야, 씨.
마지막 역전 가자.
역전 가자.
너무하다 이 수련회.
게임 룰에 의해서 마지막으로 형원 PD님이 이 팀에 참가하게 됐습니다.
파이팅!
파이팅.
자, 준비!
원, 투, 원, 투, 원, 투. 원, 투, 원, 투, 원, 투, 슬로우. 원, 투. 원, 투, 원, 투, 원, 투.
빨라.
원, 투, 원, 투. 가자.
뭐야, 손용 뭐야?
I didn't realize it was a Velcro.
Yeah, I got it. 아, 근데 이게 중요해.
그래 빨리 가는 거는 의미가 없다.
너무 많이 마시지 말고 처음에 일단 해봐.
어떻게 하는 거야, 이거?
바닥에다 해도 돼. 바닥에 해도 돼. 바닥에 해.
오.
바닥에. 좀 더 마셔.
더 마십니다. 더 마시는 포니.
천천히.
너무 많이 마셨어.
천천히.
조금.
완전 잘했어.
둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯.
콜라 천천히.
뿜지 마.
천천히 마셔. 콜라 괜찮아. 천천히 마셔. 천천히.
그만 마셔야 돼요.
이거
그만 마셔야 돼요.
귀여워.
Oh my gosh.
몸티.
뿜지 마.
우와.
천천히.
그만 먹어야 돼.
천천히. 천천히.
Oh my god. Wait, that was crazy.
셋, 넷, 다섯.
Alright.
예스.
와, 너 한 큐에서 다행이다. 할 수 있어.
공기 중요하다.
공기 중요하다.
중요해.
근데 저
아니, 풍선도 시간이 꽤 걸릴 거라서.
좋아.
그래서 진짜 이거 고수진에서는 어떻게 보십니까, 이거?
지금 상태로는 배지 아나운서 불안합니다.
아, 여기서 공기 실패하면 역전당할 가능성
네.
제공하는 거거든요.
공기 쉽지 않거든요. 이분 따라하면서 이거 지금 비상. 이은콩 선수 따라갑니다.
파이팅!
괜찮아, 괜찮아. 천천히 해요.
공기만 따라잡는다면
충분히 역전이 나온다는 거죠.
이은빈! 괜찮아, 괜찮아, 괜찮아. 천천히, 천천히.
지금 배자 초조해요.
실수했어요.
지금 멘탈적으로 무너지고 있습니다.
그러면서 이은콩 하나서 됐거든요.
이은콩 맞지만.
세 개.
진짜 잘했어요.
풍선 불기.
풍선도 잘못 터뜨리다가 바람 다 빠지면
예.
위험할 수 있거든요.
지금 꽤 유리한 상황이기 때문에 마지막까지 침착하게 하는 게 중요합니다.
괜찮아, 괜찮아.
나 저 풍선 아직 불고 있어.
오케이. 괜찮아.
괜찮아.
원수는 외나무 다리에서 만난다더니
수진이 형 고려장 할게.
저 배응망덕한 놈한테 참교육을 하겠습니다. 안 돼. 우리도 한번 사인할까요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
갱갱갱! 글로벌 갱갱갱!
작은 고추가 맵다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
협곡에서 맨날 먹는 레드버프 오늘도 먹어치우면서 100만 원 가져가겠습니다.
오케이.
준비.
시작.
The team blue is actually good.
원, 투, 원, 투, 원, 투, 원, 투. Let's go, 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 go.
발데스.
Running to the water bottle.
물 먹었어. 물
This is also like huge meme in Western, right? Yeah. So he's gotta be good at it. 물을 3분의 1, 3분의 1이죠.
발데스. 에비. 나이스.
너무 잘하는데?
자, 프린스.
또 시작이야. 또 시작이야.
대기차기. 둘, 셋. 다시 하죠.
저거 반치가 아니에요. 이렇게 품에 품고 하는데.
3, 4. 아, 굿.
One, two. 오케이. 안 돼요.
It is not easy for sure.
Slowly.
둘, 셋,
오,
넷, 다섯.
됐다. 좀 어설프게 했는데 되긴 된 거 아니에요?
좋아.
오케이. 천천히.
자, 콜라 두 잔째예요. 자, 트림이 올라올 때가 됐거든요.
어떡해.
말리지 마.
천천히.
자세가 not even behind.
안 닿지 않았어? 안 닿지 않았어?
괜찮아.
오케이.
It is quite slow.
Like a motor.
Steady power.
간다. 데디 파워. Alright. 은빈. 나이스.
Spillage. 우리 공기 차이로 진 거 아니야?
야 씨.
천천히. 자, 수빈 first time.
그냥 던진 거 아니에요?
오, 잘해.
잘한다.
나이스. 잘해.
That's the last one.
다시 해야 돼요.
옆에 실수했어. 잘한다 유수빈.
수빈이 되게 집중해서 하고 있어. 아, 이게 되게 어려웠어.
나이스.
잘한다.
저게 괜히 이름 부르면 실력 떨어질 거야.
아 이게 되게 어려웠어. 잘한다.
그러니까 괜히 이름 부르면 실력 떨어질 때.
Finish the bomb.
Pressure, pressure.
There's one breath. Let's go, Tigo. Let's go.
The pressure.
아이 코끼리야.
Digon, dance time. Digon,
Digon, emote time.
Digon, you got so much time. Dance time, Digon.
Digon press.
Digon, you
우와,
got so much time.
어떻게? You don't have time. You don't have time.
I would have fucking smashed him as well. He was so slow.
나이스 트라이.
아싸.
최종 점수를 발표하겠습니다. 네. 먼저 3등. 옥티와 베니가 20점으로
돈을 내야 되는 거 아니에요, 여기는?
나름 시즌 1 우승자예요. 시즌 1.
1등이었는데. 1등이었는데.
고생했어. 즐거웠잖아.
Cool running. Cool runnings.
억스.
I had a lot of fun, even though we came last. I think we had a lot of team spirit. It's celebrated even when we had some unfortunate performances. And I'm really looking forward to the 2026 LCK season. LCK Cup was fantastic, and I feel like as a team, we just continue to put on a great show, and it's just so great working with so many talented people.
그리고 2등은 레드버프 팀이 80점으로 2등을 차지했습니다.
금메달 축하드려요.
진짜 너무 좋은 경험이었고요. 아쉽게 2위 됐지만 은빈이 진짜 완전 캐리했고요. 상상하는 것보다 진짜 어려웠으니까 너무 재밌었고 이런 대회는 또 할 수 있으면 좋겠어요.
내년에 합시다.
그리고 오늘 명예 우승팀입니다. 압도적으로 210점으로 우승한 글로벌게.
저희가 이렇게 다 같이 모인 자리에서 뭔가 체육대회 느낌처럼 이 게임을 하다 보니까 너무 친해져가지고 참 재밌고 그 안에서도 저희가 독보적인 1등이었기 때문에 너무 좋은 시간이었던 것 같습니다.
확실히 정치 쪽으로 나가면 잘할 사람이야.
벌어주시는 거구나.
Maybe fake money.
오 마이 갓! 오 마이 갓! 오 씨!
Oh my god.
You guys are rich.
고생하셨습니다.
우린 2등 했어, 그래도.
하나, 둘, 셋 하면 LCK 화이팅 하는 거예요. 찍겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
LCK!
In the shadow of thunder. everyone, the League of Champions is back. It is the LCK Week 2 here for 2026. Degon alongside Wolf and Wadid to break things down for you in our pre-show. And y'all, it all kicks off with a crazy Week 1 in terms of standings, in terms of which teams are on top, because it was a 2-0 week, 4-game win streak here for Nongshim.
Yeah, we only have 2 teams that got 2-0 at the top of our standings, and they are Nongshim, who had an easier schedule than KT, who lost a game to Gen.G, but look incredibly strong right now. Consistent performances in their matches against Gen.G and T1. Pretty surprising result. No one predicted it.
Yeah, even though start was not great, Gen.G and T1 and HLE are getting back there. So I don't think Nongshim KT can hold the top 2 right now. But for this week, they're going to fight for each other for the first. So it's going to be a banger.
Absolutely. You know, as you said, not many people knew, but there was one man that did know.
Well, I mean, you didn't know about KT.
Oh, no.
I'm just, you know, that's what I see, like, those parts are great for you.
Congrats.
Pretty good.
Congrats.
Thank you. All right. Let's see if we keep it up, as I did finish last during the LCK Cup. You know, actually, during LCK Cup, 2 teams that didn't do well are the ones that are on top. It is KT and Nongshim, as we said earlier. Nongshim with nice wins. Maybe the opponents are a little lesser, but got the job done anyways.
Yeah, for Nongshim, the biggest difference is, for me, Scout performing so much better than last split. And I think him having a great performance in general in the mid lane helps a lot for the team to snowball the game. And I think on top of that, Lee Han's finally back on form right now, considering him as a #1 support in LCK right now. His setup, his playmaking ability is just insane on the another level. Since his laning phase, after that, he also makes a lot of plays into team fights. It seems really great for Nongshim.
I mean, he just looks so improved from LCK Cup, and I think that's really the big shocker for everyone. It looks like his confidence is back, not only in laning, but in his engages. But the bigger story, arguably, is the glow-up of Perfect here for KT Rolster. Solo killing Doran. We saw this team playing through effort, their new support, which made the teamwork a lot cleaner. We saw him playing really strong Enchanter play against T1. It was a big part of their win, but KT just looked like a real strong threat here. They played consistently. It wasn't flukes. It wasn't underperformances necessarily here that got them across the line.
Yeah, not only perfect on the top lane, but also for support effort. I think KT tried so many different support, but they finally figured out they need effort for the shot calling, and I think that definitely helps for the team. And I think that's why that's the biggest reason why they have such a clean macro in general.
Yeah, and again, the wins were against T1 and Gen.G, which lead us to this week's Play the Music. That's right. This week's Fact of the Week. There's your little bit of hint. There's a little bit of hint. Let's introduce today's competitors joining us on the far side. You know him. You love him. He's the pickleball master, but more importantly, the Knock-Knocko enjoyer. He would not stop talking about Knock-Knocko. It is what
It's the best.
Say he's knockoing on Heaven's Door.
That's close, Wolf. Almost. Just you heard from our second competitor here. He is the bad joke enjoyer, which is why he is the cola enjoyer as well. Just in case you didn't see that earlier from the competition, he chugged 2 colas in 0 seconds flat. It was fast.
They weren't even zeros. They were regular full.
Oh, yeah.
Regular. The full cola. All right. Well, that leads us to this week's fact and question. When was the last time KT beat T1 and Gen.G in the same round? Not the same split, the same round. Was it summer 2018, spring 2019, spring 2020, or summer 2023?
But KT got first place in summer 2023. I'm going to go D.
I think I'm going to go A.
Those are the 2 correct answers, but which one is more correct? It is ba-bum. A.
First time.
The first time. Not the last time, the first time. Which uniquely, it was the first possible time. This was the season that Gen.G became Gen.G after being KSV, and there were 5 players active then, active now. It's UCal, Kingin, Faker, Effort, and Ruler.
I mean, I can never forget about the 2018 because, I can see why KT can beat against T1 and Gen.G because they were not.
That was in the era before Gen.G became dominant again, right? Like there was a big dip after the rebrand.
All right, it's also now time for us to introduce our news segment because you know, why not you brand around our guy? It is time for what do or what don't. So our first question is, do you trust KT? What do or what don't?
I trust KT so much. What do? So because I think they didn't really win against them just by luck. I think they performed so much better than any other team. So I trust KT.
Wolf?
I also would do trust KT, as you guys can see right here. Yes, they beat both T1 and Gen G. They look consistent across both games. They had really clean drafting, and I think this team could keep going up the coaster.
Well, as we always do, you know, we made a quick check-in with Lore, and Lore let us know.
Wait, what?
She's what don't.
I think she doesn't want to curse it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's. I
In
think
her
she
heart, we all
trusts
know
in
she does
KT.
trust. But
All right. Well, that is, do you trust KT? What's next? What is our next question here? Would you play Shyvana? Now unlocked, is it would do this way or would don't that way? What did?
I mean, yeah, for a little bit for the jungle. I think there's a situation where they really don't know the champion. So I think some like random player can just pick it up and then like try to shock us.
I'm definitely on the what don't on this one. I think that I do think that she's a little bit weak early, even though she has fast clear. Her ganks are very weak, and also her timings to actually team fight are based on her having her dragon form or not. So I think just a little bit too situational. I think she
Dragon hater.
before the hot fixes, yeah. Afterwards, not so much.
Dragon hater.
All right, next up, another champion-related one. Is Anivia OP played in 3 different roles? Would do or would don't?
Yeah, what do? Anivia is OP, man. Like it's just so OP.
Well, since the question is OP, I'm gonna be on the
Oh man, he's a boomer.
because I think
You
it's
can't accept the
matchup
new
dependent. There's a lot of matchups it doesn't win by default, like Seraphine, by the way, still gonna run into that one, still gonna run into the Karma. Very flexible, you still have to have a strong matchup. We saw what happened in the top lane, did not work out there. So I think it's strong. OP is a bit of an overstretch, I'd say.
All right, again, a split would do or would don't. We've got would both. And then finally, you can find this over on the LCK socials. Will we get a bingo? I made a bingo card full of global sayings here in the LCK. Some of the favorites like absolutely fantastic, tempo vibes, slurkles, and more, but it is 7 out of 7. Would do or would don't a bingo card?
I would think we're gonna get this because I think if there's one person who knows every meme in the LCK besides Genie, it's you. And so I think you probably made a good bingo card.
I don't because I don't feel like I think we have so many trollers, you know. Like at some point they're not gonna like say it just in purpose, you know.
All right,
make
well,
it not happen.
You can check out the bingo card on Twitter very, very soon. Check out over at the LCK socials. Now, time to check out an item that is being built all around mages. It is Rocket Belt. Everyone's building it. Why?
Yeah, I mean, basically this item is good because of the stats and also how much it costs. I think compared to any other items, I think it's way cheaper than the like so many different items like Shadow Flame. So I feel like this item is just so good, but also the active helps a lot to dodge some skill shots and making some plays. So I think this item is just so OP.
I mean, look, it's 20 out of 32 if you look at the item build amount of times it's been built. To me, it's about ability haste and the health and survivability you're gonna get. The active can help you, but it's, in my mind, by no means why it's being built. It's being built for all of its stats for its cost. It's incredibly cheap, gives you a little bit of AP, but the health and the ability haste just allows you to pump out more damage, more than if you had more ability power on another item as well.
I love Chobi's quote there. I built it just because. Now, Anivia has been played across multiple roles. We touched on it during Would Do or Don't. It only has a 50% win rate, but the flexibility, it's a triple flex with it.
Yeah, the reason why I said Anivia feels OP is because of the flexibility. I think I've seen like some teams just picking it up and flex it to mid and support and top lane. And I think this is the reason why the pick looks really good, but especially on the support right now, it seems gives a lot of potential to make some plays and also lane pressure. And as long as you get the lane priority, I think this can be a prior option for the team.
I think this is a really flexible pick. I think it can be utilized in draft for a top team incredibly well. But again, matchup dependent. I don't think you want to be blinding this. I don't think teams should be banning this in the first phase either. I think it's very, very powerful. We're seeing it a lot.
Lahen's the only player to have 2 wins on it. And another champion that Lahen's might be picking up is Senna. Buffs to the Senna plus the support change? Is it back? What did?
So we've seen only 80 carry players play Senna. So you basically have the damage Senna, but I feel like you should play it in support. So you can have like 80 carry players just playing Lee Sin or like farming Tahm Kench for that. And I think 80 carry Senna doesn't help you because I think it's too weak early to fight for the first or second Drake.
All right, well, we'll see how Senna shakes things up with its update. We had more patch notes coming your way. Champion nerfs in the support role.
So basically, Azure, Karma, and Corki, Nami, because of those combo, Karma, Nami was high priority. Maybe Lulu can be strongest out of this, but yeah, for me, this nerf was kind of needed. Yeah.
Crazy that Lulu dodges nerfs on this
Exactly,
one for me.
yes.
It's more about the empowered E here for Karma, so still strong in lane. These are two really big picks to me that have been changed. I think for Senna, for Kalista, excuse me, the extra 80 scaling is really going to change how late game team fights get played out, especially around objectives. And Rel needed help. I mean, Alistar has always been her biggest counter, and he is very relevant in the meta still right now. I think the E change here is the big one, so you can get in position to look for better engages. Magnet Storm damage feels nice, but that full tilt buff is where it's really at.
Let's take a look at some of the other things that have changed here. The farming as support, so they've reduced the gold being taken away when you start farming at support, which is why the Senna talk was coming.
Not a big change though, because you should let your AD carry to farm. You can't really farm it up with like Xerath or Senna, but I think this is just one of the small reasons why maybe the Senna support can work, because you can also like farm a little bit more than before.
Yeah, I think this is not really going to change Pro too much. Along with most of these changes here as well, Graves ended up getting a nerf, which is kind of funny because he hasn't been played here in the LCK. He's been hovered a lot, but he doesn't have CC. And then the brutal proc damage reduction here for Ornn makes Rumble better, weirdly enough. Like,
yeah.
Really, the matchup we're really seeing him in. So that, I think, won't really change too much here in the LCK either, since he's already perma-banned.
Yeah. All right. Well, now let's take a look at what's some of these picks that have come up from last week. I love this little fact here on this one. It's 2-0, 100%, and it was in matches 1 and 2, and then teams were like, these two could never play together again. Since then, Pantheon's got the better of Rise.
I mean, it's like Avengers, you know, Rise and Pantheon together, they have early pressure into the global ulti, so it's so much easier to the team to snowball the game. But I think the difference between Rise and Pantheon is that Pantheon has no counter, but Rise has some counters, like Anivia, Cassiopeia, so you can play into it, but I think for the Pantheon, you can never bid against this champion.
Rise has to leave his lane to use his Realm Warp, right? So there's always an added cost. He also is relatively vulnerable when he shows up. Pantheon's not vulnerable when he lands. He stuns somebody instantly. He does massive amounts of damage that are basically impossible to avoid. So I think he definitely is the stronger of the two.
Yeah, and for the top lane, I already mentioned that there's not many good first picks. So Rumble is mostly banned for the team, and I think you first pick Jace. So I think these two picks are only the champions that you can actually blind pick on the top lane. So I think it's really important to pick that up in the game 1 or game 2.
Both of these picks just do too much. They're really easy to pick early, and they both can offer a ton of utility to team fights. Even if you don't have teleport, if you're walking over to a team fight, Jace can shock blast from super far away. Rumble can use his equalizer from super far away. They just are very, very high impact no matter what.
Yeah, and that one win was Keen. Keen got to play Rumble, and he won. Let's take a look at the matches for this week. It all kicks off with D plus Kia against Hanwha Life Esports as Wolf's pick of the week. T1 versus Genji closes out the day. And then we did shouting out our undefeated squads, KT and Nongshim, tomorrow.
We all know T1 Genji are going to be a banger, but I think I wanted to kind of focus on KT Nongshim because they are undefeated right now, so 2-0-2-0. So I think we have to face the new king of the LCK, so I definitely picked that one.
I am just really excited for D+ versus Hanwha because I think this matchup is really tough to call. We're going to keep our predictions a secret for a little while here. Have some unusual looks as well regarding Hanwha. We move on later in the week against B&K. That's a matchup that's almost 50-50 for us here in the global side, and we're just not ready to trust Hanwha yet.
Hawk's going with that supers there at the end. We'll ask him about that one as we get later on. Let's take a look at our predictions for this matchup. The three of us all go with Hanwha for different reasons. So, Wolf, let's start with you first. Why do you see Hanwha taking this win over T1?
Look, a lot of people are focused on the Smash versus Gumayusi story, right? Obviously, last year we had these two trading places on T1 as the starter, and so there's a lot of rivalry there. There's a lot of proving to be had, and Both of them haven't looked great at the start of the season, but for me, this matchup is really about Career versus Delight. Delight is a veteran, and Career is stumbling a little bit here at the beginning of the season, so I give Delight the edge, and I think that's going to be the main factor why I give Hanwha Life Esports the edge here, but I think it's like 55-45 for me. I think they absolutely could lose to D+.
So yeah, even though I criticized their jungle and their bot lane last week, I don't feel any threat for the HLE because as long as Zeka plays good, HLE is fine. I think the most issue that HLE had for the last year, I think when Zeka played bad. So I think I've seen like Zeka making so many good plays in the early game, really proactive around the map, especially working with Zeus, gives a lot of pressure for the team. So I don't see any problem for HLE. I think they're gonna go 2-0 this week. So starting against DK, they're gonna have a clean win.
All right, and for me, this matchup is so interesting because I think it's the world champion winners under the microscope here. Showmaker has been a little not as making the show, just show partaker rather than showmaker lately. And then Gumayushi was under the microscope in those earlier matches, and I don't think he was able to transition those early game strategies that Hanwha Life Esports put around them. So those are the two guys I'm going to watch out for, but I do think that the edge is for Hanwha Life Esports. Let's take a look at our updated predictions now. And
oh my god, Digon, you predicted KT over Bro? Oh my god, that's illegal. He's fake Bro fan, guys, again.
No, he just trusts that KT's the best team
Oh man.
in the LCK, and that's why they have perfect win predictions across the board. However, last time we were here, they had 0 predictions, and they won everything, so are we trusting too much?
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
You excited, Digon?
well,
He is.
I don't know. We'll see. You know what I'm excited for? Today's matches, Hanwha Life Esports versus D+. Let's send it on over the casters. We'll see you after game number 1.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
welcome to the LCK. We're here on the first match. We got D plus Kia against Life Esports, and these are a couple of our well-known teams here at the LCK who are at the beginning of the LCK beginning to struggle just a little bit, hoping for some wins tonight. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox. How are you feeling today, Ox?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think we have some exciting teams ahead of us. I think some teams that haven't had the success we typically expect from them at the start of the season. So a lot on the line. You know, I think sometimes we have these teams match up and it's like, sure, there's a lot of stakes at hand, but in reality, we expect them at the top of the table. It's just kind of bragging rights. But here, these teams have already started to drop games. It's KT are probably going to get that top spot, you know, based on what we've seen.
Surely.
So wins here, very important for these teams.
It is very important. I mean, especially against the top teams, you want to make sure that you can get those wins, whereas, you know, you should be expected to get wins against the lower teams. And really what defines your seed and your placement at the top is going to depend on how many strong teams you can take down. As the first LCK matchup of two players who competed for the starting spot at T1, as we have a 298 win number here to date for Gumuzi. He's approaching 300 total LCK wins. Will he reach it today? All of us did vote for Life Esports. We'll see if that ends up happening.
Yeah, needs a series win to be able to get that one. We'll see if he's able to do it. We obviously think so, but B+ obviously trying to stop that. And I think as well, going back to the point about other strong teams, with Nongshim and KT leveling up, those teams were both in the Legend group last time around. D+ didn't make the Legend group, and with the form that potentially these teams are in, you know, these teams might look back at this series and think, man, that's the one that stopped us from making Legend group.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when you think of the teams at the top of the table, you think T1, you think Genji, Nongshim, KT, HLE, D+. That's 6. One of those teams won't be in Legend group. One of those teams will go down to the Rise group.
Did you mention BNK?
I mean, BNK as well. At least one of those
Fear
teams, you know, potentially more. So I think that's the thing you have to have in mind. These wins are important for making sure you make it to the Legend group and get a spot there.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy. I do feel like both of these teams have been stumbling quite a bit at the beginning. And it's funny how all of us did go for Life Esports, even though they got kind of crushed by T1 just last week. And, you know, T1 is a very strong team, but I think part of it is that HLE, you know, they had a decent lead in at least one of the games, and it kind of felt like through their own hands, they were not able to close it out. So definitely a lot of struggles for them. And yet, there are more struggles for D+ Kia at this point in time, so they end up with no predictions today.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't be the first time we were all wrong.
I think the thing is that HLE won against Bro, and it wasn't incredibly convincing, but I think still a bit more convincing than D+ against Kiwoom DRX. And, you know, D+ losing to Nongshim was pretty brutal. Very brutal.
Yes.
In fact, extremely brutal. And even though Nongshim, you know, undefeated so far, I think people are still thinking, like, you know, losing to T1, that happens to a lot of teams. Can't fault them.
Yeah.
You know, they are, I don't know if you know this, Brendan, they are actually the reigning world champions.
Probably not. Oh, I knew that one.
Oh, you knew that one? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I've heard it somewhere before.
That's the thing. This early in the season, you have so little data to work with. So when D+, all we know now is they are better than Kiwoom DRX, and they are worse than Nongshim. They are somewhere in that nebulous space between those two teams, but based on what we saw, it's like quite a bit worse than Nongshim, and they aren't as much better than Kiwoom DRX than you'd hope.
Yeah.
And I think that's why people have predicted this way. But that being said, things change so quickly, right? You're only as good as your most recent performance, but we've seen teams change their performances on a dime. Things can really, like, we've seen teams change. They'll have a match on Friday, and by Sunday, they're playing like a completely different team. I say that because we saw that from Genji last week.
Well, that's just because KT is so good.
Well, that's a factor as well.
So it made Genji look bad.
That is true.
Or worse than we would expect.
But also, we've had, you know, that little breakaway. The time off, teams have had a chance to reflect on their week 1 performance and go, hey, what happened? What are we going to do about it?
Yeah. And it comes down to a lot of different factors. It can be how well you're playing with your teammates. I know that Ohm here, the coach, took a lot of the blame for their loss against T1, you know, blaming the preparation, the drafting, and stuff like this. But to be honest, you know, I think it really comes down to the way that HLE was playing as a team in that game. So something they've struggled with since LCK Cup. We're going to have to wait and see if they can fix it tonight. Second pick was the choice of D plus Kia. And it feels like the counter picking is very strong nowadays.
I think draft getting a lot of value, especially, I mean, top lane does a lot of picks. That can obviously be such a thorn in your side. But as support as well, I think the support meta has really opened up. And instantly seeing 2 support bans in the offset. Obviously, Innovi is a flex, but on Life Esports, first pick, and yet they're banning the highest ban presence picks on the patch, which is a little interesting. I say that actually, I think Orianna is actually slightly higher ban presence than Karma, but normally I feel like as the team who are first pick, you kind of give the OP bans sort of responsibility to the second pick team.
Yeah.
But they're just banning Rumble, Karma in the offset, so a little bit interesting. That's kind of how it's played out.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Pantheon
really
too.
strong picks nowadays.
There are, and that's a factor with you being on first pick, is that you can't pick them all.
Yeah.
But Pantheon, Rumble, Karma, some very strong picks. Orianna is the remaining super OP, so I imagine D+ will probably ban it here.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It does mean that probably we're going to see Azir versus Ryze. If that ends up getting banned, let's see if they do ban it here. Third ban down to the wire. They ban Nocturne.
Yeah, so not wanting to play against Nocturne Orianna, but happy to potentially give over the Orianna. But we'll see if HLE go in a different direction. And what they opt to go for here. Because again, maybe if they feel like they want to go for... No, they're just going for the Orianna.
There's just a lot of strong stuff left in the mid lane, so maybe you would say, hey, we want to get something, some other role that's a little bit pinched, but you don't want to first pick support. Maybe they could have gone for jungle, but you don't want to first pick Xin Zhao, and Orianna's still very strong, so...
Yeah, I think
good
that's
choice.
I think Orianna was just the expected one, and then D+ are kind of in this position where they're like, okay, you get that Orianna first pick, but what can we get in return? Azir's not a huge surprise. This gives you a bit more flexibility than going mid on 3, because you can go like jungle top. You can go like Jace and your jungle of choice, and then just pick Azir on 3. But that kind of hamstrings you into you have to go Azir on 3. You can't respond to what HLE do, so they end up going just a match of mid laners here. Azir, Orianna, even in LCK Cup, that was kind of the matchup we saw a lot. And now, what are D+ gonna pick here? Is it just gonna be that Jace? It looks like it is.
Yeah, Jace 6-3 at the LCK so far, and one of the only blind pickable tops, it does feel like nowadays. Our pre-show was talking about Jace and Rumble being the 2.
It look like it's just gonna be the Jarvan, so no Nocturne Orianna, but Jarvan Orianna. Pretty strong combo, gives that setup as well, giving you a combo that you can play aggressively around.
DK effectively baiting Kanavi into picking J4, a champ that goes very far in and maybe can't get out. One of Kanavi's biggest issues, but hopefully with the Orianna, it'll be okay.
Yeah, and it looks like they are just going to go for the Yorick here into the Jace, a matchup we've seen a good amount. Not the most prio early in this matchup, but once you hit 6, once you get the Maiden in the matchup, you really have a lot of pressure and a lot of pressure in the side lanes. Also the double terrain. You have like the mini Cataclysm and the big Cataclysm to play around with, even though Yorick obviously not the best team fighter. And now for D+, are they just going to go Xin Zhao? It is a Lucid special sort of pick. Or you could go like Ezreal or something along that line. If you want to play an AD carry, you can avoid the combo, because I think it's probably going to get banned. They instead opt to go for the Vi. So wanting some engage, some lockdown. In this situation, Vi is here, not a combo that we feel super positive about.
I think it's just more so for the team fighting. Maybe they don't want to put career on an engaged support, so they want some kind of engage. If you only go Xin Zhao and an enchanter, you know, maybe you don't feel as good. I mean, Xin Zhao Lulu can be good, but it's not a lot of hard engage, so they want something that can get into that backline and threat.
Yeah. And especially with the Nautilus ban coming through, Nautilus, we often see ban when you go in stuff like Yunara, Lulu, just Yunara in general, so maybe leaning towards that. Especially if the Vi goes in with the Lulu to back it up, that can make sense. So I imagine HLE will start looking towards bans in that vein, and they do just immediately take away the Yunara, so that's going to be not an option here.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. Going to be interesting to see where Ezreal falls. I feel like especially Smash loves to pick that one up if possible. Karma is, of course, banned, but...
I mean, I think Ezreal's so good here into the Java and Orianna. Really strong option. Ashe Seraphine, still a potential, and HLE can pick it up together. Nami ban comes through. Obviously saw some slight changes for the pick, but still very strong with the Corki. And I think one of the difficulties for D+ here is that if they want to lean towards the Ashe Seraphine, kind of have to pick it one at a time. And we've seen teams figure out some responses to that you can do. So we'll see where they lean with this. I wouldn't be too surprised if it was just the Ezreal here. We know it's a pick Smash is very confident on.
Yeah, it's a good individual pick as well. I feel like you can pick a lot of different supports with it. But still a lot of thinking going into this and some head shaking from Smash, but there is going to be the Ezreal as we expected.
Yeah, my concern with the Ezreal here is that Ashe Seraphine into it, what you pair the Ezreal with to survive this lane. Because we've seen Ezreal Karma into Ashe Seraphine do well. You have the early pressure, you do lose some of that at 6. Nico has a good amount of poke, so I guess that's the avenue. Kriya's looking at. Not quite as reliable as Karma, but a pretty good option. And it does give you that engaged threat. You have that die potential with the Vi to sort of threaten this squishy bot lane. But I just feel like when it comes to 5v5, that Jarvan engage with the Seraphine ult on top is so devastating.
Yeah, it does feel like HLE's comp is all going in the same direction, whereas D+ Kia definitely struggled to get a good answer in the support role. But the Nico definitely a strong individual pick and can take over games at times, and Lucid's on his Vi. So even though we see those picks, well, at least the Vi a little bit less, definitely a lot of comfort for them.
I think there's definitely still avenues for D+, right? They have a lot of pick potential and engage potential onto some immobile backliners that they can find. And you know, some strong mid-game spikes. But ultimately, I feel like for HLE, the Yorick matchups feels great. They have really strong engage laid with those big, powerful ultimates. If you don't blow up this backline, I think they just press the R buttons and explode the enemy team. It's like that straightforward, sort of simple composition. You know, the sort that when you were back in Gold Elo, you'd play ranked team 5s with your friends. You'd pick like the Amumu MF. It just plays itself. And I think that's what you need to do. Just get to the team fights, and it kind of just plays itself. As long as you're not getting engaged on by the Vi Nico, just press your R buttons and you're good to go.
Yeah, and I feel like HLE, they really need that right now. Everybody on the same page, going in the same direction. That's what we want to see, but we'll see if DK can finagle their way to an interesting game 1 as well. As we're ready, HLE versus DK for game number 1. Alrighty, game number 1 of the day. And it definitely could be a longer one here today. We've had a lot of fast days, a lot of 2-0, 2-0. We have had, in fact, only one best of 3 go to 3 games, and that was Gen.G versus KT. And I feel like that's not too surprising, especially given the way that that one all played out. BDD picking up the player of the match and all that. But today, hopefully, these two teams should be relatively evenly matched. And then, of course, later on today, we have T1 versus Gen.G. perennial matchup that we always see here at the LCK and always ends up being a banger.
So, something to note in terms of summoners, Smash has barrier. And often we see this when you're playing into something where you expect cleanse, because they're putting so much emphasis on the early 2v2. Because the cleanse gets a lot of value once you get to team fights, once you have those ults available for the Ashe Seraphine. But in the early trades, we see so much of those tempo trades, the early barrier. The 2v2 not having the barrier is such a big hit. The problem in this situation is that without cleanse, you're so vulnerable to this bot lane's ultimates later on, and you have a Nico with you.
Yeah.
And Nico cannot rush Mikhail's, like, at all. You need Rocket Belt to make your champion function. You need to be able to add to your engage. So, you know, at earliest, Korea's getting a Mikhail's second item, which is so late into the game.
Yeah.
Ezreal as well, if you're buying a QSS, you know, that's going to be pretty delayed. It's delaying your spike. So, essentially, Smash, if he gets hit by one of these ultimates, he's just dead.
Just dodge, says Smash. At least he's playing Ezreal. That's really all I can say about that. And we do have a bit of an invade, you know, trying to use that priority from the bottom side with the Ashe and Seraphine. Kanavi is invading. I guess it's technically Kanavi and Delight coming on in here and trying to take the blue away. Let's see if Lucid wants to go for it. He's going to go in on this one. Still comes down to the smite fight. Kanavi picks it up. He is pretty low, but at the end of the day, they don't have enough damage to punish.
That's why it's so important that he had Prio mid as well in this situation, had the backup there.
Smash is going in. He's taking names. He says, this is my spot here on DK, and I will make you flash end barrier away from me.
Yeah, had to burn both summons there. It's actually really important, though, that the Mystic Shot didn't hit and the cooldown refund didn't come through, or maybe that could have been a lot worse there for Guma. As you saw, Smash's Mystic Shot, I think, came up just as he flashed away. So it could have been really dire there. You saw Guma trying to move over there and ends up getting punished for it. But ultimately, Kanavi getting a lot from that invade thanks to the backup from his lanes. And I think, again, if he didn't have Prio from mid as well, if Zeka didn't have the push, he would have been punished.
Yeah, ends up working out for them in the end there on the invade. And take a look at top lane. Looks like Zeus is already doing a pretty good job here into Shiu, even before level 6. So, yes, Jace is very blindable. He has a high win rate. Yorick is definitely one of the picks, though, that can be very annoying for Jace. Just very tanky, great sustain. You know, the burst doesn't necessarily stick against the Yorick, and you have a lot of damage that you can push back into the Jace as well if he goes for that all-in trade. So we're going to see Shiu have to TP back to the top lane pretty early on here.
Yeah, you can see, even though the early levels, Shiu had that priority, just did pretty rebounding pretty hard in this manner. You have to be a little bit careful, HLE's bot lane, because they've burned 3 of their 4 summoners in that invade, that whole passage of play. So, despite the fact that their 2v2 based on the champions is strong, they're at a pretty big deficit right now. And they're trading pretty well overall, landing some good poke where they can, but you know, they have to be so cautious about getting caught in and all in without that extra power. And I think this is really where I was talking earlier about Smash having the value of that barrier being available. So with the summoner advantage, you have so much extra power, but you can see these good trades from Delight and Guma means that even with the summoner disadvantage, it doesn't really matter because you're not getting into an all-in where you're going to burn those summoners.
Yeah, as what's going on here? We have Kanavi in the top lane. First blood going to be given over to the Humalife Esports jungler, as we saw a heavy trade between our 2 top laners, and Kanavi's right there to punish.
And not sure how that started off, but Shiu, I think, trying to commit to the kill onto Zeus. I think going, I'm probably dead anyway. I'm going to try to finish him off. And ends up getting caught out. Delight.
Well, this is going to be rooted straight with the Vi right there. He doesn't even get to flash away. And now Guma's all alone down here. They have a push going. And, I mean, Kanavi's going to have to sprint down here to do anything to save Guma. It looks like, Kanavi nearby, and they're just not going to go for the dive. Still, a nice kill on him, as here's the trade in the top lane.
Yeah, so she was just going for it all in before. he was just looking for this before Knavi. I thought he started going for the all-in because Knavi was there and it was like, there's no way out, I have to all-in. He was just looking for the all-in regardless. And here, Delight actually had, I believe, a control ward on him at this point, unless he bought it just after he died. But either way, just face check that brush. Pretty dangerous move to make, and just ends up immediately getting punished. And this is one of the things with having an enchanter. You know, obviously we've seen a lot more squishy supports enchanters, but they are very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Things like a Nico Vi combination. He kind of just got exploded before he could even flash.
Very close, but Knavi is going to pull off another buff steal here. And he's looking for some Raptors as well. He's up a level here on a Lucid, and essentially with the buffs, there's not really much that Lucid can do. He just has to give it away. Xiu hops in, takes a ton of damage from Zeus, and even the Maiden's getting on in there. She was not having a fun time in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the lane was already starting to feel pretty bad. The matchup is not great, but the fact that he died as well from bad to worse, and this ward coverage means that Zeus feels so comfortable. He knows exactly where Lucid is, knows he's not under threat right now. Lucid hasn't quite hit level 6 as well. Leeches are off that minion, actually, so now level 6 available. Zeus should respect it a little bit at least. But yeah, she was struggling under this pressure.
Well, Delight's going to find another member of D plus Kia. He's not really enjoying all of the hurt that he's taken so far.
He needs to be a little bit more cautious about checking those brushes.
I like that from Career, actually pushing forward, but now it might cost him as he is going to have to flash the arrow. But Knavi's here with Flag Dragon ult. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get on top of the Nico, though. But the root comes down on a smash, and now he's got a flash and barrier, but it's just too much damage. And under the turret, they get the kill on a smash.
Just a phenomenal root there from Delight, reading the arcane shift. And oh, Showmaker!
Meanwhile, yeah, Showmaker, okay. Playing with fire, he will be okay.
Oh, very close there. Zek even popping the triple tonic adapted potion for the extra damage. Now Guma,
he does have flash.
He's dead, 100%.
But yeah, I think the Vi just has enough damage even under the turret. Guma's just not even going to bother flashing.
That was a massive waste of summoners.
I just assumed 100% he wouldn't use it.
Yeah.
And then he did. What was that?
Yeah, like at best you trade flashes with the Vi, which isn't worth because you're an Ashe, right? Like, there's just no way you get out of that situation. So, don't agree with using the summoners there. I think you just accept your fate. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Here, though, the ult burns Career's flash, and then he heals to get away. But this from Delight, that root reads the arcane shift, catches at almost max range, and then the Cataclysm from Knavi catches them both. He's tanking the tower for a while, though, so doesn't stay for the second. But yeah, here, I think if you just accept your fate, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good, right, that you died, but it's not the end of the world. But I think burning the summoners and dying anyway feels really bad for HLE.
Yeah. When you're playing Ashe against Vi, I mean, there's just so much opportunity. Lucid has been pressured so much in the jungle by Knavi, who did a fantastic job of invading and using the prio and all that, but now we have a 2-kill Vi, and Lucid is going to get his first item quicker than normal, and maybe he's just going to return down here to the bottom lane. And all of a sudden, Lucid kind of has an into this game, which he didn't potentially have before.
If I'm D+, then particularly this immobile backline, the Ori, the Ashe, the Seraphine, I would just be, anytime you can burn the summoners, I'm like, that's my target. You know, Guma has their flash, that's my target. We're going to kill him as much as possible. When we want to fight for something, we're going to lead with an engage onto that pick. So I'm looking at the fact there's a Hextech Dragon available. If we want to fight it, we're engaging onto this Ashe. And it just makes it so much more difficult to start the fight for HLE, because you have to bear in mind that you're probably just losing your AD carry in the offset, because there's very limited counterplay into a Vi Nico. Ezreal, even on top of that, who can just ult across the top. Now, we do see HLE setting up here for a play. There's limited vision from D+ here, but they do see the control ward being placed. They get some information. Oh, is it?
Huh? Okay.
The Maiden sacrifice.
Yeah.
Atlas would be so upset.
Maiden does go down. At least it's not killed. DK do want to fight for this, though, as Zeka is in the bush. He's going to find Showmaker, who's going in, pushes the Ash, and Guma's just free food, but the re-engage here from HLE is pretty good. They take out Showmaker. The Drake does go to Lucid, though, as now Zeka on the chase is going to get the Nico, but Lucid is very strong. Wants that kill on a Showmaker, takes a ton of damage, but they do get it. But now Smash is unleashed. Nobody's attacking this Ezreal. They take down the Vi, and Smash so low goes barrier, but it's not enough. Kanavi is too strong at 4-0 on the Jarvan.
So much value gained from the extended fight with the healing, with the shielding from the Seraphine and Kanavi. Just doing so much work there. This is kind of what I was talking about, though. Showmaker gets caught and went, you know what? We'll take an Ash. At least Guma manages to get the ult off for the offset, and it's a decent turnaround in return. Kanavi punishing the Azir, and Delight getting this big ult off. We also see Zeka just taking out the Nico. But then here, it's just these rotations of abilities. Kanavi gets his knock up onto Lucid. Delight's getting the damage down, the healing, shielding. The Triumph Rocks coming in, and that stun at the end that comes through with the slow. It was so close, actually. You could see Smash trying his best to get the damage in. Just not able. You know, lethal tempo stacked, but not able quite to cut through. A close fight. But HLE managing just to pull ahead in it, but didn't get the dragon, ultimately.
Yeah. That's definitely pretty big, but if I'm HLE, I'll take the gold lead instead. I'll take my gigantically fed Jarvan, and I'll look to take the rest of the objectives on the map, and it should be just fine.
We've been quite critical of Kanavi and his over-aggression that we've seen from him, sometimes not being very responsible with his gold leads. But there is, especially from his time when he was on that JDG lineup, who were trying to make the Golden Road run, he was just so formidable in team fights. Just really excellent, and just a great understanding of his role and how to perform in them. And I think really displaying that here, and just kind of putting a clinic on. Now he is monstrously fed in this game, most gold in the game.
Yeah.
Not something you always see from a Jarvan, but he's such a big threat. And if he stays alive, which he likely will, right? You have essentially, like, I mean, Orianna's not a full-on enchanter, but kind of double shields.
Yeah.
Double enchanters with HLE. If they just keep shielding him, he's going to keep getting off damage, keep getting rotations of abilities. He's such a problem for D+ right now.
Lucid just gonna kind of face check. We did see a bit of a rotation down here from D+ Kia. And now Kanavi,
nice arrow.
He wants it. The arrow is spot on, as there's the extension. They use everything to kill Lucid. So many ults thrown in, but it's definitely going to be worth it at the end of the day, and that's going to be another blue buff here to Kanavi on top of it all.
You know, we've seen a good amount of Seraphine. We've seen so many ults with, if I'm being honest. That was a great extension, though, just to use that to connect on the target. And now looking for more.
Yeah, looking for career, and is going to go in on a smash. I mean, this Kanavi is... He's able to be over-aggressive now because he is so fed. And, of course, there's nothing really they can do about it.
Yes, him being fed is why he's being over-aggressive. Definitely wouldn't do this if he was behind.
Surely not. Yeah.
But I think showing that, you know, if you're this strong, you can just play like a psychopath and get away with it. Putting a lot of pressure down. And while all this is happening on the bot side of the map, Zeus is just having a great time in the 1v1 matchup, as we expect. But all comes down, that will interrupt the recall from the Ashe. Guma's still sitting on components, so looking to get a recall off and complete an item. And yeah, so it was just a great arrow coming through here on a Lucid, and then the extension that comes through using your AD carry to land the ult, the chain. And again, it's not the most complex thing, but like I said, we've seen so many just whiff. The one I love the most is like the R flash on Seraphine. We've seen so many of those just completely whiff.
Yeah.
So yeah, Delight.
And Lucid's so far behind here. I mean, he's trying to get into the pit. He's trying to go for a steal.
They're contesting. There's a TP coming.
I don't know about this. Career is going to find 3, though, and there's the sweep on a 2! The Shockwave only hits 1, but they only get the Seraphine at the end of the day. But still very low health bars here. Zeus has to run away, and Kanavi as well is just going to run as Career Tries to go straight first into a Orianna, and he finds out why you do not do that generally. So that's a free kill for Zeka.
And that was a scary one for D+ to keep chasing. There was still gas in the tank for HLE. They still had the Cataclysm available. And honestly, Delight didn't end up using his cooldowns. So, you know, it was a good initial engage. They blew up Delight. They got that pick on the offset, but I think they should have just taken what they got and respected HLE's threat. I think initially they were trying to look for Kanavi. Just didn't have the damage or the lockdown to blow him up. So engage comes through, but they kind of layer these CC not in the best way. It's like at the same time, and they don't really focus down onto Kanavi. They try and kill Zeus, and he gets out, Kanavi gets out, and then Korea chasing him, the Orianna just gets exploded. And yeah, Kanavi's still healthy, he still has Cataclysm, so chasing more there would just be crazy. So HLE get Herald, still have a pretty sizable lead. You can see that D+, they have the engaged threat, they have the potential to explode targets, but HLE still have a big lead, and Shiwu, I think...
Yeah. Speaking of engaged threat, they want to get Shiwu. They're just waiting for his flash before going in on the Cataclysm, and Lucid says, I'll get in there with you, why not? And does get charmed up and slowed up, not able to do anything or save his top laner, so...
Yeah, I mean, look at Kanavi's items right now. Full 2 items.
6 and 0.
Completed. He is very fed right now. And again, just playing so aggressive and just with the support of his team, getting away with it. I feel like this is kind of the delicate balance. Oh! That was close.
If that hits, I think Showmaker dies, and
he does,
he might
even though
just
it
die
didn't.
anyway.
Okay, I think I can say with certainty, he definitely would have died of a hit.
Yes.
Absolutely.
100%.
Delight even fishing as well here.
Well, gonna find some members of DK. It is Ocean Soul, by the way, as HLE did pick up the Cloud Drake.
I think, you know, we've seen a lot of Kanavi over-aggression. And we've seen, you know, in the Bro series, he was being aggressive, the team was backing him up. It wasn't the cleanest series, but I think it's just like HLE finding out how they want to play and figuring out, like, Kanavi is going to be this aggressive. Like, how much do we want to rein that in? And how much do we want to follow that? I think is really the question and the balance they need to find. It's like, you can only limit him so much. I think that's what we're kind of understanding. And there's definitely big positives to his style of play. It's just finding the balance that works for the team.
You got to get everybody on the same page regardless of what you choose. That's going to be the mid tier 1 going down, and Kanavi's going for more, gets smited. It goes in! And this time you do not want to follow up on that. That is a shutdown to the Ezreal.
Okay, so I've been analyzing this game, trying to find the limit, the scientific limit of how aggressive should Kanavi be. And you know what? I just found it.
I think that was a very obvious one.
That was it.
I think.
Yeah, you think?
I don't know what he was thinking.
You know what? Maybe we need some more insight. We should get the specialist to weigh in on this. What do we think? Was that too aggressive? Maybe his team just weren't following him.
He's like, guys, I'm really strong. We go in on this. They're like, what?
Like, maybe if you actually look at the bottom of your screen, Guma, Delight, and Zeka all had flash. Why don't they flash under the tower to follow him? That's my question.
Why didn't they use their abilities at all?
Because Kanavi at that time didn't have flash. He couldn't flash out. Why didn't they flash in?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question.
I think we should have seen at least some ults thrown out there, you know?
True.
At least just as a show of camaraderie. You know, we're all in this together. It's okay, Kanavi.
I wonder what the comms are like.
What? Yeah, just Ezreal and the Seraph.
I wonder what the comms are like going into that situation. Like, I wonder if he said, yo, watch this, as he, like, flag and drag in.
Here. Going in. Kanavi, no!
I wonder if, like, Guma was like, hey, Kanavi, I bet you can't flag and drag into the tower, and he just, like, says, bet. Like, maybe, for all we know, maybe the other members of HLE are egging him on. Like,
yeah. We don't have access to the comms. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe they think it's funny.
I think it's funny. I have no stake in whether this team wins or not.
In terms of the positive impacts, in terms of winning the game, I don't think that was a good play. But in terms of the comedic effect of that play, for morale, I think that was actually a pretty fantastic play.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Gave us something to talk about for about 2 minutes, so that was important as well.
For sure. And
we didn't
for
have
that,
any action.
I'm definitely grateful, so thank you, Kanavi.
Yeah. I mean, 16 kills in 21 minutes is already pretty good pace. I do wonder if we slow down from here, though, because if you're DK, you have Ezreal, you have
Collapse here.
So not much slowing down, perhaps. They're looking for Zeus, and Career's also on the way, and that's the ult into Zeus. Goalie wall comes down, but it's just too much damage. Too much lockdown with the Vi, and they get him.
Try to TP out, but Vi just has such short cooldowns. For the CC out of it. So finding a window where Zeus was pushing, there just wasn't really anything HLE was doing on the map. You know, we have this dragon in 50 seconds, but it's an Ocean Soul. It's only one dragon apiece. It was a pretty late initial dragon take, so it's not a huge priority. And that kind of goes to your point about the game slowing down. It's like, how do HLE push the pace of this game? They have engaged pick potential, but, you know, we have to see that. Also, something to mention. So Korea is going for, it looks like a Seeker's second. So no Mikhail's going to come out. Smash has gone for Serpent's Fang. In fairness, there is a lot of shielding on HLE across the team. But that means like his armor pen item likely 4th, maybe Endless Hunger 5th. So like QSS, maybe never. You know, maybe
just
6th.
dodge.
But it means like, you don't have an option against this CC. It is just dodge.
Maybe forever. Maybe for the rest of this game.
Yeah. I mean, maybe like last item, QSS. Maybe he just grabs it and sits on it. I don't know, fits it in somewhere. He is ahead on gold compared to his counterpart, so he's at least doing okay in that regard. We'll see.
Yeah. You know, the Kanavi shutdown certainly helped a lot in terms of that gold number. And this is the issue. I mean, HLE, you're not going to force DK to a fight on the Ocean Drake. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And they know that. They're still going to take the objective. That's fine. But they still have this question to answer, which is, you know, can we really force a Baron fight?
And I like what D+ have done here in that when HLE move the Dragon, immediately just sweep in and start getting vision down towards the Baron. And sure, a lot of it's going to get swept out. But if you keep a couple of wards up, does make it harder for Kanavi and the rest of HLE to make a proactive Baron player just move in. You can see, you know, HLE are not even trying to move in too deep in this Baron area, so there's still some wards set up in the vicinity. They're trying to push in now, but just getting poked a little bit, getting threatened.
Yeah. Smash isn't in a lot of danger unless he gets hit by CC. Which, again, he doesn't have an answer for, but if he saves Arcane Shift...
Just don't get hit.
Or the arrow.
It's that simple.
It's definitely one of the storylines of this game that I'm going to be looking forward to in the team fights, because if he does get hit, it might just be GG. So
yeah,
he's really playing on the knife's edge in this one. Or maybe he just buys a QSS next. We'll have to wait and see. And the Seeker's Arm Guard was finished by Career.
Which, I mean... I kind of get, because you have just been getting exploded by the Orianna, but also, if you get your ult off, then, I mean, who cares if you die, you know? Your job's kind of done. But maybe the problem is, like, you're concerned about not even getting your ult off, you know? We'll see. Either way, that's just one of the concerns with Neeko, is that, like, I think she's, like, the worst support in terms of like rushing Mikhails. I think like there's a lot of other supports. You can actually just rush Mikhails, if not first and second. And I think Neeko is kind of like the most, like you have to go Rockavelt first. Yeah. That's like mandatory. I feel like you could go Mikhails second, but first feels like you need Rockavelt, so.
Yeah, and even then you're Neeko, so a lot of the time you're going to be engaging and maybe not in the best position. You know, a lot of other enchanters are in the back.
True.
Waiting for their AD carry to get CC'd.
But even then, like, I feel like, you know, we see melee supports just go to Mikhail sometimes, because, like, sometimes the enemy team's engaging on you, you end up in range AD carry. If you're engaging, then, like, it's less of a concern, because, you know, these ults, like an Ash Arrow is not going to hit you AD carry if the front line's in the way. HLE are just starting up the Baron now. Nice rocket belt to dodge.
That is big. No shockwave, and HLE definitely going to have to pull off of this one. Arrow, just dodge it.
Just dodge.
Says Smash. He's got a tunneler next. So.
Yeah, so they fished for a play. They try to find the pick angle, and actually were unsuccessful. And now with 2 big ults on cooldown, E+ kind of just know there's no real threat. You're not going to make something happen here. I say that.
Yeah, going in onto Lucid, a lot used to take him out. He's able to peel perfectly on a Kanavi, as there is the charm on a Smash, but here comes Showmaker as he's going in, but maybe a little bit too far, and the team is not able to follow up. Career essentially just trying to peel for the team, but actually Smash is able to get a pick in trade for Career's life. But at the end of the day, Kanavi remains at full health.
So he was me thinking a fight wouldn't come from this passage of play, right? Big ult's not been available for HLE, but they managed to find something. Showmaker, not the best Azir attempt we've seen, but they managed to take out the AD carry and managed to get Kanavi's GA. So they end up looking for Lucid, thinking if we get on top of the Vi, she can't dash away, but she just says, fine, I'll trade for GA and flash out. This ult get a lot of value. You know, no Mikhail's there. Catching Smash.
Double flash away.
Yeah, so lots of summoners been for HLE. Showmaker getting those in terms of value. And then Career setting up to get the Ashe in return. And I think the Ashe being down is pretty pivotal for kind of denying the Baron potential, not having that DPS available. But we kind of take stock, and you know, both bot laners on HLE been flashes. And in return for D+, it was Lucid and Showmaker. I think by that metric, I think D+ are pretty happy with how that went, even though they traded down in terms of kills, right? They got Kanavi's GA, and they got really high value flashes. So I think they're pretty happy. In terms of setting up for the next fight, you have 2 great targets to go on. You've denied Kanavi's GA, so if he overextends, you can just take him out. And you still have Nico Flash. So I would actually be prepping to fight this dragon. They have vision on the dragon itself.
Yeah. It's a good opportunity for them. They're going to see a big ult in Aguma, but some healing is going to come through. The arrow denies Lucid's entry. And now Career over the top finds Guma, but the shockwave is perfect. The Showmaker going to get another flash, but immediately goes down. A Smash too low. He has to back away from the fight. And so does Lucid. Man, that shockwave getting so much value for Zeka in that fight.
Yeah, Zeka getting huge value, and honestly, the engage looked so good, but I think D+ just kind of rushed it a little bit, because Career, he finds a beautiful angle, but no one was quite there to follow, apart from Shiu, and he just didn't have the damage. HLE hold strong, they have the shielding to keep their carries alive, and they'll turn straight onto the Baron. I think there was definitely also a bit of wallet dip there as well. You know, 6k gold lead going to help out in those situations. So we look at the replay, and you'll see Lucid has to dodge away from the arrow. But when the engage comes through, right here, Shivu goes in. There's no cleanse on Ezreal, so Ezreal gets CC, doesn't hit anyone. Showmaker comes in, but only kills the Seraphine. Guma survives all this, despite not having flash available. He stays up. Zeka does his job perfectly, and for what was such a good engage from the D+ support, the follow-up's just not there, and I've got to say, I think Smash might be regretting not having Cleanse available. Sat through so much CC there, maybe a QSS could have also helped in that situation.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too, because he had barrier for the lane, and he actually died after using it from the Kanavi gank early on, if you remember, so not even getting too much value out of that in this game. And yeah, still no answer for that. And HLE with the Baron push coming in the top lane. It's gonna send Yorick into mid, it looks like. But you mentioned wallet diff. Maybe the wallet's just a little bit too heavy this time around, as it's almost 8,000 gold. They're looking for this top inhibitor. Even an arrow nearly gonna hit Smash. but not quite.
Does just dodge away there and keep out of it. A little bit close. They are trying to fish for the Yorick, but Zeus is playing very respectful, just playing back. He knows he can just let the minions do the work. Doesn't need to play super aggressive, especially with these waves pushing in top lane as well. He can play the patient game. They have eyes on Lucid now.
Oh, the shockwave, the ball was hiding under the turret. Smash gonna get chunked out, as now they're gonna bring the Vi on over. Nice knockback, and even Showmaker here. They should be able to take him down.
Okay. I said Zeus was being patient. He was, and then he stopped being patient. Ends up dying there, getting caught out. So just kind of put a stop to the Baron push there, but the Baron power play is still 1,700 gold. There's a huge lead right now. It's a crystalline overgrowth. When you're a Sheen champion as well, I get it. You see it, it's just the dopamine from just hitting it. I understand. It's wrong. But I can't fault it.
But why does it feel so right?
It feels so good. It's the noise as well. It's just, it's irresistible, you know? It's one of those things where can you blame him? Absolutely not.
Well, I'm sure his team isn't going to be all too happy about it because they have not broken down a single inhibitor turret.
I'm certain Kanavi's not going to fall in for that sort of thing.
Good play, yeah.
Kanavi's
I would have done the same thing.
Kanavi's like, whoa, you're being so over-aggressive.
Well, Smash is just dodging all of the arrows, so they keep trying to hit him, and they're not. So, in this sense, the arrows aren't going to get the job done.
Oh, Korea was being sneaky there because it's...
Okay, hiding on bush, looking for Lucid.
So you know how cannon minions at this point, there's like different number of regular minions at this point? It gets very confusing with Nico. It was honestly a kind of a sleeper buff to Nico. You know, at the start of the year, they changed the number of minions in the game. Like, it gets harder to count the minions now when there's a Nico. And keep tabs, like how many minions is supposed to be. Look, there's 2 casters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. So when you think 3 casters,
yeah,
you see
of course.
3, you're like, yeah, that's normal. No, it's not. There's a Nico. Sneaky. Devious.
Very sneaky.
Yeah.
And this is not very sneaky, though, from D plus Kia. They do want to stake their claim over this Drake. They do not want to give an Ocean Soul over to Homa Life Esports, especially with the Yorick and the Jarvan being what they are. Just going to ult on in. Everything thrown into Lucid. And once again, the peel comes out here on a Kanavi. Extension on the Seraphine ult. Not going to hit. Lucid still alive. And now the re-engage only going to find Kanavi as Career does go golden and no follow-up comes through. So Career does go down. And now Lucid just a little bit too low. Has the GA, but doesn't want to use it for nothing. Showmaker is looking for the play. Gets a nice sweep on it too. Goes golden. And now Smash looking to tip away. And Zeka just barely alive still. And the Maiden's getting to work on the Smash. And so he has to back away. The GA is going to get procced and he does get killed. And now level 20 Zeus is just a little bit too tanky as here come the ghouls. Smash is trying to run away from the little ghouls. And Zeus goes in, gets the kill on the
it's again! The globe!
Yeah, and now Smash maybe a little bit too slow.
Oh, the ghouls! The ghouls!
Oh, Smash. Okay, he's going to get into the fountain as HLE just barely going to win that fight.
I mean, Zeus was getting such an insane amount of teamfight value on Yorick.
Yeah.
Not a pick we expect to see carrying the team fights, but he actually had such a huge amount of impact. The ult from the Seraphine not getting the value they'd hoped for here. But Korea, unfortunately, burning a lot of flashes and buying time with the stasis, but not really achieving too much, unfortunately. It was a good attempt. And then Showmaker getting this massive shuffle. This could have been a turning point. One of the frustrations with playing Ezreal into Yorick specifically, so much fodder to block your Mystic shots. Look at these ghouls that are just constantly in his way.
Annoying.
It's so frustrating.
He's trying to move in front of it, and he's taking extra damage because of it.
Yeah, and Zeus just keeps hitting these globs that are just doing so much damage and just setting these ghouls on them. And he's just like, Smash would have got so much more damage down if he didn't have to keep just Mystic shotting these ghouls. It's... Considering you have not only the Ezreal, but the Jace as well.
Yeah.
This... undead army, this undead fodder, just blocking all of it is actually a nightmare for D+ right now. So the Yorick teamfight value coming in huge there. Ocean Soul for HLE, not the highest value soul, but the sustain is going to make a big difference, especially in these long, drawn-out fights.
Yeah.
And HLE moved already onto the Baron. Lucid has no flash, he can't get in. No flash, no GA. So Baron secured by HLE. Soul in pocket. They're feeling pretty good. Ooh.
Arrow very close here. They just have to dodge. Kanavi just going to go in, gets the combo onto, looked like a clone.
Yeah, I think it was.
She was able to get away. The knockback on the Delight means it misses, and now Goom is down. Whole bot lane is down, but so is Smash. Does TK have the damage? Through comes through, and now Lucid and Showmaker are just chunking him down. Siu finally does hit the deck, but Kanavi and Deus are just way too strong and tanky, and they can't get away from him. Zeus is just gonna begin pushing on in. TPs into the base.
It's actually Yorick div.
Team fight Yorick. Let's just tank both turrets, though. He is gonna go into his GA rather, as Lucid's not able to touch him either. Down goes the turret. Zeus says, "Who cares about the turret? I will take down the Nexus," and that's it. HLE wins game 1.
It's such a crazy game that the final fight, they kill the bot lane, they kill this Orianna, and then they just lose the fight because the Yorick is just running around, just dunking on people. And Zeus, who was honestly pretty quiet throughout this game for the most part, just comes in huge in the final 2 fights and just says, "Yeah, guys, I'm tired of playing this game. Let's end, let's win, let's go to game 2. An interesting game. Kind of what you'd expect from HLE. It wasn't super clean. It was fairly one-sided, but a little bit messy. And ultimately came down to Kanavi once again being very aggressive, but doing a lot of good work on Jarvan, and Zeus just being a bit of a menace in the side lane and really proving he is still a massive threat when he gets counterpicked.
Yeah, absolutely. Ended up being the top in the jungle that got the job done here for the side of HLE. And that's going to do it for game 1. HLE up 1-0 over D+ Kia. We'll be right back.
케이스? 안 된다. 왼쪽에 잘 가 있다. 봐봐. 야 이거 오른쪽에 아지르 있다. 케이스 노플, 케이스 노플. 오른쪽에 아지르 있다. 케이스 프라포. 아지르 아래 아지르. 더블 1초. 이제 먼저 이제. 나 봐줄래? 위에 나 봐줄래? 아직 제이스 노플이야. 아지르. 아지르 노플. 아잡을 만하다. 끝내려갈 만한데. 끝낼만하다. 요리 고정이야. 끝내보자 어때요? 나 하인 있고. 뛰었는데? 뭐야 이거? 잘 싸워야 된다 이거. 잘 안 죽잖아. 하인 어플? 나이스.
blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly away. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
It's just live, laugh, and love with these Kanavi early games in Hanwha Life Esports. And
Definitely was with what did watching. My God. My man was glazing over here.
oh, Kanavi, you're so good. That's literally what it was like watching it here in the back for the first 20 minutes.
I was like, what did he was stunned? Kanavi, he did not miss a stun target. That's true, yeah.
Hanwha Life Esports are up 1-0 here against D+. Kia. D+ did show some life in the mid game and later on in the late game, but they'd fallen too far behind, and then we got to see how damaging that Yorick pick is against an Ezreal.
Before we get into highlights, my TLDR for this game is it's like the same game I watched against Bro last week, where it's like, okay, you guys got massively ahead, then there was some funny business, and it got a little bit interesting, but then they still won the game. You know?
I don't know.
It certainly could have been a lot cleaner. There was some super plays from Showmaker attempted, right? Career also found some really good angles, but Hanwha Life Esports ultimately were just way too far ahead from the early lead.
I really love the way how Kanavi plays the game, especially like around the tempo. I think for this Drake, it was kind of risky because your AD carry got literally one shot, but the thing is, the focus that Kanavi had here, he just lost hit the Azir right there, and also I think even though the health bars looks okay, I think Azure and Vi definitely wins this out, but just look at how Kanavi focus on the target. Okay, so you basically auto attack to proc the item, and then you back to the Azure again. I think he's just insane in these kind of skirmishes.
I do agree. I think if he actually went for the Ezreal instead of going for Lucid, like they actually lose that fight. He first identified, got to kill Showmaker, I have the angle over the wall, goes then onto Lucid, then kills Smash at the end. He used his shield appropriately at the right time there, but it was a clean Jarvan game from this guy once again.
Yeah, Sundered Sky getting procced nonstop, and he was dominant all the way through until there was the Rift Herald oopsie that happened in the mid lane. Then the game slowed down, but then our big turning fight here at the Drake.
This is a Zeka moment.
Yeah, Zeka moment for sure. It was such a great defensive shockwave here. Zays flashed over the wall and looked for the Asher, but the shockwave and the Kanavi once again saves the AD carry, and the team fight was clean by them.
Showmaker can't catch Guma there, and I think that's the huge difference maker, but without Zeka's shockwave defensively, Guma dies, and the fight's probably over there, and Showmaker could do so much more if that doesn't happen, so this feels more like the team that I think Hanwha needs to be, rather than just constantly being aggressive, constantly pushing and being the aggressors. You can play defensively, you can protect your AD carry.
So these were the team fight highlights that we were going to show, but in fact the game was a lot messier, right? But I think I already told you about like how I feel about Kanavi is that he used the over-aggression to override the tempo on the enemy team, right? So it feels like you're kind of overusing it, but I think it fits really well if you can actually follow the Kanavi. But the issue is, for HLE, even though they won cleanly for this game, I think this keeps happening. So Kanavi gets the advantage for the bot lane, gets successful bot lane gank with the flash up, finishes out the target, but the issue begins afterwards. So Guma kind of like gridded for the plate, and then he's gonna die again. I think this happened in the last series as well, so they kind of gave up the advantage from the early game. So I think he should stop this. We all know he's good, and we all know what he can do better. But I think sometimes at Guma, he's on too much pressure.
As well.
Yeah.
Painful there because he certainly was not going to get out and didn't force a flash either. It was just net negatives across the board there.
Yeah, and I think that's where the focus is because Kanavi gets in the lead, he diverts his path, and it's the strategy for Hanwha. He can make those ganks work, but then we can't be throwing those leads. That was my comment earlier. It's eyes are on the world champion, the world champions, as Showmaker also not the greatest game. Let's see if he's able to bounce back in game number 2, where Hanwha Life Esports go 2-0 and feel good about it. It's back to Valdez and Ox.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. Loved all the talking about Kanavi and Zeka. Loved that shockwave especially. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if they can do it again, because generally, as Wolf was talking about, you know, it was a solid early lead. They were able to push it forward. It wasn't necessarily super clean, but they got the job done. And that's really what matters at the end of the day, right? The 2-0, and hoping to get some good numbers on the scoreboard.
2-0, nothing to see here is what they're hoping for, you know? And I think HLE, even when they've been in great form, they haven't exactly been the cleanest team. They haven't been, you know, they've been kind of a bit of a fast and loose team. They're definitely more fast and loose with Kanavi added, but I think it's just the lens is super fixated on them, right? Because we kind of have been reflecting on their short time in the LCK Cup. But I think at the end of the day, even, you know, our top teams, there's been a lot of periods where T1, who have been extremely successful, have gone through periods where their regular season games haven't been super clean, and we don't look into it too heavily. So I'm not taking a ton of stock in the games being a little bit messy, as long as the result is altogether positive. The question is the rest of the series, right? First game, great, right? Rest of the series needs to sort of follow that trend. We do see D+ going to second pick again, and it looks like the ban's going to carry through exactly the same as they were before. But Ryze banned here instead of Pantheon. And I expect Nocturne not to be banned here, because I was banned because they were leaving the Ori open. So do they ban the Pantheon themselves is the question. That would kind of put Xin Zhao on a little bit of a pedestal if they were to ban Pantheon. Considering like Jarvan's been taken away.
Yeah. It's a good pick for Kanavi. He can always crescent guard if he gets himself into danger.
They ban Pantheon. I still think it's a good ban. Pantheon's really strong, but I think Xin Zhao kind of ends up in a really good spot as a result. But they are just going to prioritize the Annie. Now, Annie Wukong, really strong. Something we saw last year a lot in Legend and Rise groups. So that's definitely something you lean towards toward if the Xin Zhao gets snapped up, which, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because Lucid has had phenomenal games in the Xin Zhao, and definitely a pick he likes to lean on. As for Showmaker into the Annie, we've often seen like Aurora played into it. which is available. They are just going to pick up the Yunara, though, for Smash here. And they're actually going to go for the Nocturne first and foremost, it seems. So, not leaning towards a Xin Zhao for Lucid.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I do think Nocturne is pretty strong.
Oh, this is actually a bit of a throwback.
Is that going to be played mid? No, they're just going to pick Lulu for the Yunara.
So I think Lulu makes sense, especially if you are... I mean, the thing is you might lose access to Xin Zhao, but Lulu, Yunara, Xin Zhao is a really strong trio because of Lulu's Xin Zhao. We've talked about so many times. Enchanted plus Xin Zhao, really powerful. Like when Lulu used to be mid, that was a great duo. But Yunara, Lulu, great combo. A lot of DPS. And it looks like it's going to be met with the Corki Nami. And Corki Nami can struggle a little bit into the Yunara Lulu. If you let them get wave access, they actually have a bit of a bad time sometimes with the 2v2, so you've got to be careful. I think if I was D+, you can look to prioritize a mid lane pick, but I would probably just go jungle here. They are looking at the Nocturne. Xin Zhao's available too. I personally, considering Lucid's specialty on the pick, I probably would lean towards that, but they seem pretty set on the Nocturne.
Yeah, I like the Xin Zhao as well. I think the synergy you get with the Lulu is just way too strong, and the frontline potential into this Annie can be very nice, but...
I think one thing with the Nocturne is you get like the dive in into the immediate Lulu ult, which is pretty powerful, and it's quite reliable engage, which you normally lack with a Lulu, so I guess they're pretty set on having that, which I can understand, you know, don't fault them for it. We've seen the Nocturne Lulu work to great effect. It was something KT played last week. And now looking to target some of the picks from the jungle for HLE. Lee Sin being banned, Lee Sin Annie really strong, point and click CC to set up the Sonic Wave. And we see the Aurora ban, which I talked a bit about. Showmaker playing that Wukong as well, the Annie Wukong. As I said, really strong duo. The Morgana got hovered, and I know we don't normally talk about hovers, but that was something that was played last year by Vikla into the Annie. So I wonder if HLE put stock in it, or if D+ are actually potentially thinking about it, because, you know, into the Annie would honestly make a decent amount of sense. Can just clear out the wave.
Yeah, it's also like a second support for your hyper carry.
Yeah.
Right? You could put a Black Shield on the Yunara, maybe just let Smash carry the game.
Not exactly a pick I really attribute to Showmaker, but he has a very eclectic pool, so, you know.
Yeah, he should play Echo instead. That would be fun.
Oh, toying with idea for Zoe. We've seen... Okay, he's going for the classic. I was going to say, we've seen one man in this league just kind of run the rift on Zoe.
Yeah.
But it has been a little difficult for other players to replicate. Showmaker, definitely one of the players I expect to be able to replicate it, but he's going to go for the Syndra instead, one of his classic picks.
It's very good in the lane against the Annie as well.
Yeah. And can pick up and throw tippers.
Yes.
Kha'Zix's coming through for Kanavi, and then the Blind Gnar. Will Shiwu look to punish this Blind Gnar with something in the form of counter pick? We'll see. And the Kha'Zix's coming through. Bit of an interesting one, not something we've seen a ton of recently. Okay, we're getting the Kennen. We did see this matchup recently not go well for the Kennen, but I think that was a little bit down to execution.
Yeah, that was actually Rich that did play that. And it's just going to be his Ambessa instead.
Okay, it feels a little bit like D+ are going for some classics in the solo lanes. You know, the Shiwu Ambessa, the Showmaker, Syndra. I think kind of only losing out to his TF in terms of, I mean, honestly on par with it in terms of iconicness.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Kha'Zix's coming out. A pick that obviously can be a bit feast or famine. You know, the isolated damage is insane. Very much momentum-based pick. My only concern about it is this not too long ago got nerfed. They nerfed his movement speed. They nerfed his AD ratio on his Q. And the movement speed nerf honestly does hit him a good amount. And also, you're playing into a team comp where I just struggle to see scenarios where you're finding people isolated. Like, is Yunara going to be isolated from Lulu? Probably not. If you find Syndra... Oh, nice little flip between...
That's a mistake we've made many a time.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to dive onto a Syndra? Not really. It's going to be a struggle, you know? If you find someone isolated, the Nocturne can just dive in. So we'll see what Kanavi can do on this pick, but I think it's not the easiest Kha'Zix game, if I'm being honest.
It definitely is not, but maybe he's feeling himself after that Jarvan game. We'll have to see how it goes in game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 2 on the way.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi's no stranger to bringing out picks that are a bit outside the meta. I remember when I was casting the LPL, he brought out this Shaco jungle game.
Yeah.
And honestly, it was kind of an old time. It was into Nocturne, and he was just dropping boxes, and whenever they dove in, they got feared. Worked to great effect. I'm just not seeing the lines as much in this game specifically, but, you know, I'm ready to be proven wrong. Create taking some heavy damage in this bot lane. I think you have to be a little careful because Anami has a lot more sustain than you.
Yeah.
You are really trading a lot of your health.
Yeah, he went into the alcove as well. Kind of just throws out the heal.
That is both potions down from the Lulu. I think one of the things is you're going to have to wait for Yunara to stack up the passive and join you in the trades. And that was kind of just like Korea, like, no, no, no. I'll 1v2.
Maybe he just really wanted to put on a lot of pressure so that Nocturne can get some stuff done, but either way...
Nope, yeah.
Lucid is here. The stun is going to land, and he's got red buff. I think Zeka, ooh, with the shield.
Lucid has no tether, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's just going to TP back to the lane, so... I mean, they got his TP.
Wait, look how slow it is. It looks so funny.
Hello!
Stunned again.
Well. Very interesting start to this game.
Yeah, quite an opportunistic sort of play, but Lucid did actually invade there, so Kanavi is now having to counteract it. Now finds Lucid here. Sorry, Lucid finds Kanavi. Well, they find each other, I guess. But Kanavi will miss out on a red buff as a result, and doesn't really have that much to do right now, because he heads to his own jungle. There's only his Krugs up and available, so I wonder if he tries to cross over and steal more camps. Or go for a bot gank.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this can line up. Lots of damage already done into Smash and Career, and now they're being very aggressive. Smash might just die to the bottom lane, but here comes Kanavi, picks up the first blood, just like game number 1.
So much of the work was done there by HLE's bot lane. Just a sliver of HP on Smash as Kanavi slides in, gets the value on the play, but now Lucid looking to challenge. This is risky, though, with Delight there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got red buff, though. That's going to help out a lot. And
yeah, Delight low on mana, too, so
has to leave.
I guess forces him away.
And Bass on a 6-game losing streak, by the way, in this LCK. We did see that 4 of those games were by junglers.
Yeah.
So that's part of it.
Let's blame the junglers. Yeah, so this play is really important. And honestly, you can kind of be critical of the bot lane of D+ here, because Kanavi has nothing to do but this gank. Because if he goes to his Krugs, then he's just, you know, he kills his Krugs and then he's just waiting for camps to respawn. So he was kind of really banking on bot lane being gankable. And they were. And so Uma and Delight force the play, get Smash super low. He just comes in, sweeps up the kill. And even though he's still down on farm, Kanavi ends up in a much better off position than he could be otherwise. That being said, he is still behind, and we see Lucid stealing away his Raptors again and pulling ahead in the jungle matchup. And the thing is, some matchups, you know, Nocturne pulling ahead is bad because he gets 6 earlier, but it's not, you know, it might not be the end of the world. Kha'Zix is another farm the 6 jungler. He is another champion like Nocturne where you really just want to get your level 6 as soon as possible. It's a huge power spike. So the fact that he's behind the curve isn't exactly spectacular. So he's hoping to catch up as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well, we see that Smash is taking a beating and does not have flash, so they're looking to pressure him out as much as possible.
Yeah, when you get detach from the wave when you get pushed off it, it feels really bad because your passive drops off, and then they can force on you, and you just can't trade autos very well. So Delight, Guma playing this one pretty well in this situation, finding angles to really twist the knife.
Yeah.
Here. Now they are potentially looking for Showmaker. Zeka has no flash, so I think the angle might be tough.
Okay, we got Meganar coming in here, but actually, she was going in with his ult, and now Zeus doesn't really have any more CDs, and in the 1v1, ooh, she actually got to back off of that, maybe thinking that Kanavi was there, but Kanavi's fighting with Lucid. So
I think he's concerned maybe about rotation of cooldowns.
Yeah, that's just going to be the end of Lucid here. He is going to flash and just die. Kanavi picks up the kill. And that's number 2 for Kanavi, and now they're just being bullied under the turret down here. Zeka is going to take 2 turret shots, but I think they're okay with that. And Guma picks up the 1, and they're just corralled against the wall. There's nothing they can do. Tiber's even going to get in there and help out. And eventually, Kanavi picks up kill number 3 and dies to the turret.
That's perfect. You know, the value of Tibbers there at tanking the tower so they can reset the aggro, and the fact that Kanavi ends up going, giving over the execute works out so well. This from Zeka was beautiful. Sliding into this brush. Lucid just doesn't expect it. Gets exploded with the Tibbers drop on his head. They take out the jungler. Now they're in trouble, and the Tibbers, they get the damage down. Zeka tanks tower for a bit, then drops the aggro. They get the polymorph out of career here, and then just poke by time, kill one of them, let Tibbers tank up the tower for a bit, and they go for the redive. Guma tanks it because he can Valk away, and Kanavi ends up getting an execute. It was just beautifully played throughout, and now this Kha'Zix, I was concerned about whether it would work in this situation. Well, it's definitely working so far. 3-1,
yeah.
1,500 gold lead. Opportunity picked up. This is a pick that is already so snowballed.
Yeah, Kanavi, like, he was carrying on Jarvan, right? He was very aggressive. He had winning lanes. He utilized it so well. This time on the Kha'Zix, he's going to enjoy this league even more. And I love that HLE, they go, you know, they take what they had going so well for them in Game 1, and they just kind of double down on it in Game 2. They pick a more aggressive mid-jungle duo, and they're just getting so much value out of playing aggressive, being proactive, and finding picks.
My interpretation is Game 1 he was super fair, but he's like, I'm on Jarvan, guys.
Yeah.
You know, like yeah, I'm doing stuff, but I could do more. Give me a real carry for Game 2.
Yeah, no.
You know, we're lucky it's not a best of 5. Game 3, it'd be on like Blue Cane or something.
Maybe we're not so lucky after all. I'd love to see that. As yeah, now Kanavi just gets to do this.
Well, maybe the D+ fans are the lucky ones not to be on the receiving end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Kha'Zix is one of those picks where definitely feast or famine. But we talked about like the whole, you know, how often are people going to be isolated? If you're behind, easy, you just group up. And even if you're not grouped up, like you can still kind of deal with him. But now he's ahead. I mean, there's just like, there can be a brief window where you think you're okay. You're just walking between little pockets of vision. He just shows up, jump scare, you dead. TP coming bot. This is the Syndra, by the way.
Yeah. Showmaker doesn't have flash, but he's trying to set up a play here onto the support, and Delight is going to go down. They give that kill over to Smash, and they're continuing with the Wild Growth. Guma trying to take the trade against that. Not going to work out for him.
Yeah, I really don't understand why he stuck around there. Delight was dead, unfortunately. The setup from Showmaker was good, but I think Guma just hung around a bit too long to try and make something more from it. And as a result, it's 2 kills. So big influx of gold, specifically onto Smash on this Yunara. And if there's someone actually you don't want fed, it is this Yunara.
Yeah, nice little play set up by Showmaker in career, essentially, you know, to get that deep ward in. Showmaker is... he doesn't have flash, so eventually, if you're going to walk up into the lane at all, you're just going to die, and that's exactly what happens. Gets flashed on by Annie, and his life flashes before his eyes.
Limited counterplay. Yeah, so in this situation, Delight flashes, gets stunned, dead. I think Guma was like, maybe I have a kill angle, but Smash, they start the Wild Growth. I think you could have just left.
Yeah.
I think 100% you can get out there. A little bit greedy. and ends up paying for it. Try to look for the kill angle, the turnaround. There's no kill angle, no turnaround. You're just dead.
Yeah.
And
just accept your fate.
Something we haven't really talked about, objective control for the Kazakhs who is ahead is absurd. Yep. That's Grubs, already got that first dragon. Second dragon's 2 minutes. You can just murder these objectives so quickly.
Yeah, and if you're Lucid, you're like, well, I don't have my first item. I have not found a good paranoia target in this game.
Yeah.
Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? I can't do an objective. Do I just farm more Raptors? I guess so. And maybe they can get Zeka with his flash down? And now here's Kanavi once again, by the way. Looking to hop into this brush and be very annoying, but it looks like Career and Smash will respect it.
Yeah, not going to overstep here. They're a little bit suspicious. And they will just go for the recall. I think Smash has first item as well. And so we'll buy instead. So, well respected. Speaking of first item, Shu has Eclipse. Big spike here for the Ambessa. We did see him nearly get the better of Zeus in that 1v1. So now with that spike as well, definitely an angle to find the all-in. If he doesn't get smashed into the wall.
Well, he's been enjoying that so far, as that's a nice hop away from Zeus. Good expectation of that play.
I think you're just dead now. I think Kanavi says, yep, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a control word in the brush. Shu does have flash, and we'll see if he can utilize that to get away. Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flash on in, and Kanavi just executes him. Shu doesn't even bother to flash. Is now down in the bottom lane. They're trying to make this Nocturne work. A smash is going to tank up the turret, but now Zeka is here, and he will be able to trade one back. Unfortunately, Delight does get the kill, but still at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they used the Wild Growth on a Lucid to give him that knock-up, to give him that extra sort of CC for the all-in, but unfortunately Smash ends up taking all of the damage, and he ends up being the target in the return trade, so ends up being a 1-for-1 on the bot side. Meanwhile, they got this pretty free kill here. Just so much damage from Kanavi here. And so much from first strike as well, by the way. So he's printing money. And yeah, they go for this play. So they go for the sort of knock-up with the Wild Growth. But Smash is tanking the tower initially and just ends up already a little bit low, and the Tibbers combo just nukes him. No Wild Growth to keep him safe. So ends up being pretty even. But look how much gold Kanavi has. I wonder how much he's gotten. From first strike.
136 so far by 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
I think he got a ton of it in that last kill
onto
Shu. I actually think he got the majority of it just in that play there. So that was certainly a money printing play.
So now second Drake picked up by the Kazakhs. Kanavi kills in about, 3 milliseconds. And now you got a Mountain Soul on the way super early on. This is a very different scenario from what we saw in game number 1, where it was an Ocean Soul and it was late. And now 2-item Kazakhs. Okay, they're going to avoid him.
Yeah, the Umbral Glaive as well, which gives that empowered strike when you come out from not being seen, which synergizes so well with your ultimate.
I think it's something that Atlas loves to mention is that, any champ that can use Umbral Glaive is just OP because the item is OP. And we don't see a lot of champs that actually pick it up because we don't see too many lethality-focused junglers.
Well, I feel like it specifically kind of feels like it's almost designed for Kazakhs.
Yeah.
Because his passive does a very similar thing, right?
Hello. Here, let me just Q you a couple times, and Shu doesn't get to play the game. Not very fun for him. Lucid is nearby, though, as Zeka is like, nice dodge on that. That was insane from Zeka. It's a nice little sidestep, and now Career has seen his life flash before his eyes. 1Q, the Wild Growth, he's desperately trying to get away, and he will, but has to use quite a lot and doesn't have a health bar.
A little bit close there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a touch. But yeah, so, you know, the Night Stalker thing is if you haven't been visible for a second, your next basic attack is empowered. And then Kha'Zix's passive is after they lose sight of him when you ult, your next basic attack is empowered. So it's like double empowered.
Yeah.
It literally feels like the item is designed for Kha'Zix. So very, very OP. Yeah, Smash getting chunked out a bit. Oh.
All right, going on in here, a bit of an all-in on Naguma. The fear does come through, but they cannot follow. And guess who's here again? Kanavi's like, I can go in at the press of a button. He's not going to do it, though. Actually takes a bunch of damage here from Smash, who's trying desperately to pull the team up.
I think they could have got the kill if Korea wanted a flash to get the wild growth. Actually, sorry, it wasn't up. Never mind. So, couldn't have got the
He
kill
used
there.
it to survive against Kanavi earlier.
True, yeah.
Rough times.
So yeah, kill just wasn't available. So we're able to find the angle, and I think it feels a little bit bad when you're not getting those kills with the paranoia. But do you see Zeus moving over? But it's a Gnar who can just hop over the wall, and they don't have the ult available.
All right, bit of a trade in mid. The bubble will be dodged, but barrier has to be used. Smash is going in with this, has the red buff and the shield.
Kanavi's there.
7 seconds away, and he just disappears, blows up in the blink of an eye. And now Zeus wants it down in the bottom lane, is going for a bit of an all-in. Shu gonna have to back away from that. And HLE are just winning everywhere.
Smash not having ultimate, Korea not having his. These cooldowns, I feel like, really just hitting. D+ if had those available could have made something from that, but Kanavi just swoops in to pick up the kills.
Yeah, it's kind of insane what this Fed Kha'Zix can do, and I think he's making POM votes very easy at this point in time. Very overextended, but Kanavi says, this is my comfort zone. I will overextend and get another kill. See you on the flank, though, is going to pick up one, gets over the tidal wave, gets another for the team. Zeus topping on in, he wants a kill. Is going to find himself face-to-face with Smash, and maybe goes a bit over-aggressive himself. Does have the Mega Gnar on the way, though. And Kanavi's still here.
Shiwu.
See you, not like this! As he's kind of running out of dashes, and eventually, with no flash, he... Oh! Dodges the house and gets away! And Wild Growth gets used for nothing. But he gets away.
I think Zeus expected the sidestep there, and he did the patented standstill approach.
Ironer Challenger.
And we see here, so in the extended trade, Smash starts to win, but doesn't have ult, doesn't have the wild growth to chase down, and Kanavi just jumps on and goes, yep, goodbye. Kaboom. A little bit deep from Kanavi, not able to chase a second kill. And then this ensuing play, Shiwu comes in, and Lucid even forces the Valkyrie. Unfortunately, Korea just dies, but they're setting up for the Ambassador to come in and just take everyone down, apart from Kha'Zix, obviously. It starts to get a little bit messy here. Zeus is a bit tanky for Smash to cut through at this point, as much as he tries.
Yeah.
And then it gets a little bit hectic here. Honestly, the noises of Kanavi hitting Shiwu, just like the chinking noise, like hitting the armor, the standstill classic.
By the way, meanwhile, in live, Lucid is dying.
Oh my god.
He just disappears as well. 8-1, and the one death was to a turret. Kanavi has not given any gold to the enemies. He also got, by the way, the first Mountain Drake, so now they're on Mountain Soul Point.
Kind of a masterclass from Kanavi right now.
So, who are you going to vote for POM?
You know what? I'm really feeling the Zeus sleeper vote, right? For the Yorick in game one.
How about Justice for supports?
No. Zeka for the Shockwave game one.
Yeah.
Setting up the jungler.
Huge.
Oh.
All right, well, Guma's in a lot of trouble. It's not going to be him. I'll tell you that. A nice little pick here from Guma.
Yeah, I think he really got
from Showmaker.
He really got outplayed by Syndra there.
Yeah.
Getting the R press. Yeah. Whoa.
Shouldn't have gotten stunned.
True. Speaking of outplayed, look how much. Oh.
Okay, they think they can kill Kanavi. We'll see if they can. Looks
Yes.
like maybe they can. Yes, they can. Showmaker does pick up a lot of gold.
Gotta have won a game, apparently. Just one
He's
moment.
still 4,500 gold ahead.
You know what? I think Kanavi is still finding his limits. And every game this series has got to have that one moment where
Taking
he's
him
like,
a while to figure it out.
he's just like, how deep can I go? Well, this is the answer.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
This is too far.
He has Edge of Night, so he's like, oh, I should be fine. No, it's Syndra. You know, she has 4 different skills that can proc that, actually, so...
Yeah, a lot of champions do.
Yeah.
Well, 3 minutes until Mountain Dragon. HLE have a lead. It's not insurmountable, but obviously puts them in a good spot. That's the thing with Kha'Zix, right? This Kha'Zix is monster fed, but in like a tight 5v5, there are situations where he doesn't get value.
The burst from the Corki is just insane.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that, you know, as much as the Kha'Zix is a lot of the gold, there are other strong members on HLE. I don't know if you know who I'm referring to.
Delight.
Yes, with
Justice
the serial
for
mandate.
supports. Yeah.
Bit of a threat. Oh. Navi's fishing.
You can't enter the jungle. Just Kanavi is... I mean, anyone at this point. If you try to enter by yourself, you're just dead. Nobody's tanky enough to get away from that damage.
Yeah.
빨간 팀의 포탑이
Mid tier 2 taken down. Just pressure on all 3 lanes right now. They haven't really locked down vision towards the Dragon area. They're kind of getting some more vision towards Baron, as there is an objective on the cards right now. And they do take it incredibly fast with the Kha'Zix Corki. But I think focus probably going to be on this Dragon. Resets just come through, so I expect them to move vision towards that. We'll see. Obviously, against the Nocturne, he can always kind of reach it, but if he's ulting just to contest a smite, there's no way they win the fight. And with the Baron being available, if you ult in to try and smite steal, whether you're successful or not, you probably just lose Baron.
Yeah. You just go in, you die, and they take the objective. You see that D+ Kia is trying to push together as a team, minus you, who's going to be split pushing.
Have you seen the item differential between Lucid and Kanavi?
Yes.
It's 4-to-1 completed items.
Yeah.
4-to-1. And I know lethality items are cheap, but 4-to-1.
4-to-1 is actually just insane. Maybe they get a nice little pick here. It's a lot of damage at least. Now Kanavi's kind of in an awkward spot.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit early.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be able to heal back up. He's even going to be able to get his Edge of Night back up. It does give you some pressure. But Showmaker's not going to have his ult available for the fight. It is ticking away pretty quickly, to be fair. Maybe it's actually going to be up in time, to be honest.
Yep. It's Syndra after all. Looks like Korea going to get a Mikhail's. She's going to find a lot of members and lack of vision in his face.
Honestly, I'm amazed by how quickly the ult's coming back for Syndra. I mean, not even rank 3. It's not quite up right now, but it'll be up soon. But they're just not even able to approach. Konkavi's back to full HP.
Yeah, the damage they have on this Dragon as well. I mean, it really doesn't give you a lot of breathing room or a lot of time. They're going to try to go in on Naguma, but immediately the peel is there with the tidal wave. And Zeus in the front is going to find 3. Doesn't knock him into the wall, but again, the damage is done. They kill the jungler, they get the Mountain Soul, and now they're just going to take Showmaker, who is desperately trying to contest in mid, and one by one the dominoes fall.
Yep, they didn't even need Showmaker to get the Baron, but it just really secures the objective because it just makes sure that D+ don't really have a good chance of contesting. Being down 2 members. Playing into Mountain Soul as well, that extra buffering. You can see that Zeus and Zeka are even going to play defense on this mid tower. They can't even get a consolation prize at this point. 6,000 gold lead, 3 Baron take. I think this game is as good as done. We'll see. The Nocturne dies in and just gets exploded. Nothing to be done there. And then Kanavi doing so much damage on the flank. Zeus gets this huge ult that, again, it doesn't connect to the wall, but it just Sensi separates the fight. We'll see Zeka flash in to kill the Syndra, and it's just over from there.
Yeah.
It felt like there wasn't really a big point of contest from the side of D+. There's such a big discrepancy in terms of gold. And like we see, IE picked up for Smash. Do I think it would have made a difference in that fight? Probably not, but you'd have loved to have that spike before you have to play for Mountain Soul. But unfortunately, at this point, you're just so much in the hole right now. Like, your Nocturne is just useless. You fly in and get one shot.
Yeah.
You have less items than everyone on the other team.
He still doesn't have a second item.
You have less items
than everyone on your team.
Like, look at the gold. Look at the 4 lowest people in terms of gold. It's the Lulu, the Annie, the Nami, and the Nocturne. And yes, like, who cares about Annie gold? You just stun people.
Yeah, you just press your tippers. Okay, job done. And now Guma gets to go forward, and the Kha'Zix hasn't even joined. Lucid gonna send one last one for the social media, and that's about it for him. And he's just gonna, he's like trying to grab the wave. He's like, nah, never mind. HLE, really, it was just all done except a clean victory in this one, and it looks like they might just get that clean victory as another stun is gonna come out into the bubble, and Chiyu does not get to play the game once again. And ooh, the damage from the big one straight into Showmaker's back. And just like that, they can just siege. They have the Baron buff. It's so comfortable here for Humble8 Esports. And it is looking like an actual clean 2-0. Not much to see here. A little bit in game 1, but that was about it. As HLE going to dominate D+Kia here in this series, 2-0. And they're not even done yet. Is Kanavi going to give a kill over to Smash and call it a day?
Very convincing win from HLE, and I think Kanavi really showing what he can do. And sure, both games he had that little bit of over-aggression, but if he's given space, he can just run the rift, if we're being honest. And Zeka kind of, in this game in particular, on the Annie, just like, I will follow you, I will set you up, and that's all he needed to do. I think, is this HLE's final form? I don't think so. I think there's still some things they can shore up. I think they're probably still going to reflect in this series. I think when we look at the top of the league, there's still some improvements to be made. But if this is where they are right now, then we're in a great spot for where they could be looking further into the split. We're looking much better from the LCK Cup. The question is just, can we maintain and improve from here?
Yeah.
But Kanavi just kind of going crazy, and Guma does get his 300th win in the LCK.
He's gonna pass Vipers.
80 carry to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Viper not adding too many recently. Hasn't been winning many games.
Weird,
in the LCK.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on there. Well, he's not in Korea. And yeah, I think, you know, team-wise, it's a good look for HLE. Now, are D+Kia in their best form right now? Absolutely not. Definitely a lot of work for them to do as well. And I'm sure CV Max is going to let them know about that right now. But besides D+Kia, I think this is also like one of the biggest issues for HLE was, you know, Kanavi going a little bit too far forward and being over-aggressive. But it really shows you what could happen. You know, the best of Kanavi, the best of HLE potentially, and it provides a lot of hope for the future of this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think he is a jungler who can just take over games. And I think particularly if you're against one of the weaker teams in the league, he can just massacre them. And D+ isn't one of the weaker teams in the league. So, God forbid, what happens if he goes against, you know, one of the bottom end teams.
Well, they played against Bro.
Yeah. But to be fair, I think this was a better form than they showed against them.
For sure.
Now, as I said before, still some issues I think need to be worked on, but it's week 2, you know. We're not at the end of year form yet, but as long as we're showing improvement week on week, then I think the sky's the limit, really. And I just really think that when you think of the potential of some of these players, it's really exciting to start to see what can happen because, you know, we've seen internationally, we've seen the LPL, what Kanavi can do, right? I think no one was questioning that. It's just, would it work with this team? Would it be able to come together? And I think it's the early days, we're starting to get glimpses.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start. And even for the side of HLE, Home Life Esports, to start off the season 2-1 with a loss to T1 when you're not really in form, I think it's totally fine. You're in a pretty good spot. Maybe you get revenge against T1 in the future. Perhaps in a Legend Group match if those two end up making it there. And yeah, a lot of the comments here at the end are basically just, let's get them. Not really much else to say at the end of this one. And the damage is really disgusting out of a fed Kha'Zix. Do you think Zeus gets any votes?
No.
I don't think he should.
I think it is a full Kanavi vote. I don't think it's close. I don't even think it's close. In fact, I am not even slightly shocked. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the thing is, I think like if he'd had like, you know, an average game 1, I think he still would have got it.
Yeah.
Because his game 2 was so dominant. But he popped off in game 1 too. This was like the double POG POM.
Yeah.
This was like for both individual games, he was a player of the game. I think game 1, on the back end, there was like a slight argument on the back end for Zeus. But even then, overall, I still would have given it to Kanavi. But like game 2 was a no-brainer. So like this was the easiest POM. I'm sorry to say, if anyone didn't vote Kanavi, your POM vote is revoked.
It's wrong.
It's revoked. Yeah, sometimes I say there's no wrong, there's no right. You know, it's
this
time there is a right and a wrong answer. So hopefully no one got it wrong. But yeah, Kanavi.
Any hipster Zeka voters?
No.
There's no way, right?
There won't be.
No. I mean, even like in the boom boom damage department, like he won in both games. Like I think he was also #1 on damage
if
for
we go to
Jarvan.
space and we did this, like, yeah, I really thought what like he brought to the table would.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
We have a rumor. We'll leave that one for later. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you for the amazing commentary, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Kanavi on the side of Hana Life Esports. This is your unanimous POM. How do you feel? Oh, this is my first POM in the LCK, and it feels great. I think I'll have to work even harder so that I get even more of these. Now, after the tough loss against T1, what did you focus on to prepare against DK? Yeah, we lost helplessly 2-0 against T1, and I think we just had a lot of discussions, plenty of talks with the teammates, and for D+ Kia, against them, we really wanted to win, so I think we just tried to improve our communication the most. And in game 1, you dominated early with Jarvan. And you were proactive with your counter jungling and bold on trades. So what was the plan against DK? For our first game, I think we just had prio in our lanes. So I think that's just what our foundation was. I think just based on that, we were able to snowball the game throughout. And in game 2, you locked in with Kha'Zix. Comp-wise, what strength were you targeting with this pick? You know, Kha'Zix is actually really strong against a comp that is squishy. And just based on what happened during the draft, it looked like the enemy comp was looking quite squishy, and our coaching staff actually were quite persistent on, you know, us having to play Kha'Zix on our comps. So I think that was actually what paid off. And since you have had a long career in the LPL, maybe you're still more used to the LPL playstyle. So are you looking to shift towards the LCK style, or are you trying to bring your own style that you built in the LPL? You know, I think I'm just trying to focus and center everything around my team so that anything that helps with the team synergy, I just try to adapt and, you know, try to build everything around my team. to be that team player. And with today's win, Gumayushi reached 300 LCK wins. Any word of congrats? Well, congratulations. I think, Gumayushi, I'm sure you have a long professional career ahead of you, so I hope that you can reach 400 and even 500 wins together. And you'll face Fear X next, so what is your mindset heading in? Well, now that we secured the win against DK in the bag, I hope that we are able to prepare well up against our next opponent, Fear X, and secure another victory. And that's all from Kanavi, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Demon Bunny and Deer. Ayaya. You know, Deer was like, thank you for the great commentary, casters.
Amazing commentary.
Amazing commentary, casters. You know, Deer, thank you very much for the amazing interviews. Maybe we here at the space will be able to get a comment later on as well. POM was not much to comment on other than about how great Kanavi was. Unbin did ask, are you bringing the LPL style or are you trying to adjust? This was bringing the LPL. He was bringing Kanavi style. He was everywhere. He did whatever he wanted. You said it earlier. Kazakhstan isn't even good right now. And he just ran the game the way that he wanted to.
I mean, it's just Kanavi, you know, like he, whenever you think he might be in reset, no, he's in your jungle, by the way. So be careful. And finally, the team, especially
telling Kanavi to be careful.
Is Kanavi here? Where is he? Is he behind me?
Maybe for both. I don't know. It was insane gameplay, man. I never thought Kazakhs will be available on stage like this impactfully.
I also want to say his interview, very calm, thoughtful, you know, really reserved answers, not overconfident. A little bit surprising considering his
What do you mean?
He's so calm and collected with his answer.
I thought he was just, I don't know, I thought maybe Unbin was in danger, to be honest.
Maybe. Yeah.
Kanavi was sparing no one. As let's take a look. The 13 out of 13, a perfect Palm vote. Palm at time.
No such thing as an overextension if all the enemies are dead.
True.
You know, he was like, if I kill all of them, I guess I'm not, where have I overextended? There is no enemy. Yeah. I'm fine. The turrets, you know, sometimes could be a secondary threat to him, but not today.
Yeah, the rift was all his. What did?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I want this kind of playstyle for my jungle. So, like, it must be so fun. And also, I want to kind of, like, go on a drive it in one day. Because I'm not sure if he has a driver license or something. But I'm pretty sure he's a good driver as well.
Yeah, if you have that, like, little car down there, if you're riding with him, I'm sure he really wants to get in that with you.
No, I think that car is too cozy. I don't know. Like, we need some kind of, like, this kind of car, you know, that I meant.
What kind of car? Zoom. Yeah, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up. Let's get the zoom.
The Photoshop isn't that great, but yeah, I'm just saying, you know, like he's a good driver, you know.
Are you driving or is he driving?
I think he is driving for me. Definitely.
I cannot wait for Kanavi to be an Initial D one day on the future season of Initial D.
Initial K for the Kanavi there.
Exactly.
All right, we made that one work. Ox going with, this is the legendary Kanavi we were waiting for. Absolutely, right? Again, after Asian Games success, and then seeing him really be one of the pole bearers for all of the LPL for so long. It's great to see him running on all.
It's kind of like he got us in the second half, I'm not going to lie. Instead of the other way around.
Yeah. Helios going with, Mom, I want to become Kanavi when I grow up.
I think Mom would not be happy about it. Like, I think it's kind of risky, you know? Like, I think if your children say, I want to be a Kanavi, then...
Can't you just grow up and be like Peanut, you know?
But every children's dream is like Kanavi, you know? Like, I want to play college and stuff.
Helios can follow his own dream.
Yeah. Helios, that one worked. Better than the previous Helios meta. Prince going with, a jungler like this can steal my kill all day.
This is the best comment. Like this.
It is.
Some of those fights, I was like, just let him have it. Yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah. All the early ganks to Guma's lane, it's like, yeah, I'm getting you ahead, but I'm going to take the kill. This is my
That was the adjustment, maybe.
Go going with, epic jungle presence, king of LPL is back.
I mean, I think he's getting too many free kills in the early game. I wonder when they're gonna like escape
will the
from
bot
the
lane
gank.
know?
Like like every level 3, level 4 on the bot lane, Kanavi gets the kill. Like that's just like so scripted right now. So I wonder when he's gonna like not able to get the kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, and then our final comment. Cloud Templar.
Read it out, Digon. Read it out.
It's Cloud Templar.
Read it out.
I wet my pants when I met this legendary jungler.
I mean, I think we've talked about this before, but Cloud Templar are known to bring a change of diapers.
Yes, he's the diaper guy.
Yeah, we have discussed this before, so it's totally fine. Don't freak out at home. He's ready for these types of situations.
Happens, yeah.
CT, man. Come on.
I don't know. What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. Why are you doing this to him?
Maybe next time I'll do something like that. I hope they have to deal with it on the care side.
Well, we wanted to highlight how great Kanavi was by covering all of his kills. Take a look. Boom. 1.
Asterisk.
There's
almost
another
all.
one.
A bomba.
2.
Not quite all.
A bomba.
Top 3.
A bomba.
Cut off with him dying to the tower there. It was an execution, by the way. Up top. In the mid lane.
Oh my
He's everywhere. He's behind your tower. At your jungler. Oh my gosh.
Man, that's good.
I mean, that was this series. As much as maybe there are other things Hanwha Life Esports can continue to work on and grow on, it was the Kanavi show, and it's fun to watch. It's a very entertaining style to watch.
I think junglers really need to, or not even junglers, lanes, especially the bottom lane, just need to be aware of these timings. When Kanavi's on the other side, if you think he might gank you, he already has probably, actually. Like, he's already in the process of doing it. So we need to see a little bit more play around this.
There are some LCK junglers that you can definitely like learn from, but I think Kanavi is not the one that you can actually learn the game
Well, it's
from.
because he's an LPL jungler.
You cannot. You can never. So I think it's just Kanavi special today.
All right. Well, with that, the Kanavi special gets Hanwha Life Esports a 2-0 victory. Again, just a ton of 2-0s throughout this early part of the season. And with that, let's quickly touch on it. D plus Kia, I mean, the story was Hanwha Life Esports and Kanavi. Not much to talk about if you're D plus.
Hey, D plus narrowly beat DNS, right? Like, it was not a dominant victory. And I think right now, Hanwha, to me, feels like they're in that sweet spot where Afrika was in the past, where if you are a top team, you can beat Hanwha, but if you're not, they're just the bar. Like, you have to be able to get past it. We saw D Plus had some moments, some flashes of brilliance in the late game of game 1. We're able to almost bring it back, but Hanwha Life Esports will just destroy you if your early game is weak, and so for D Plus, they just couldn't meet that bar. And right now, I'm not sure D Plus is a challenger for the Legend Group. It's a bit early to say, but it doesn't feel like it to me.
I mean, for me, DK, they just need the better draft. So for the first game, I don't really like their bot lane draft. For example, they had the Ezra Nico. And I felt like Nico is some kind of like outdated support on bot lane because you can't really get the pressure that you used to get with it. So I feel like they just had some kind of like weird draft coming into this series. But if they have a proper draft with the like bot pressure, with the proactive mid jungle, then I think they can be bounced back. But I don't see it right now.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for D plus Kia. Hanwha Life Esports trying to continue their ascendancy. We've got the Weekly Mad Movie for you at this commercial break before we get to the marquee match of the LCK. It is T1, it is Gen G. They do battle yet again here on this Wednesday to kick off the week. Don't go anywhere, you're watching the LCK.
보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대 0이 나왔고 그러면 농심의 여정이 LCK컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 극찬이 있었는데 2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다. 레이즈필도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
자르반도 길게 하는 올수 있어. 확인. 싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the queue, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any sun.
야, 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay. He's going to be caught big time here. Has his flash. No opportunity to use it, an owner.
나공 없고.
볼수 있나? 유나나 볼래?
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him. Got a little play down here. The bubble on Aguma. The Wild Growth is there, but he is solo. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pace, and now another kill as owner.
나 빠져.
야, 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout. He's going to get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in. And now he's going to go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King is getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play and he got played on. As down he will go. They are going to get disengaged on a tail, but he is just tanking it up. No problem. As only Scout goes down.
Overextending mini ARAM now being set up. The bottle comes in and Canyon gets the double impale. Vinkler is obliterated and Kellen follows through the three-man Empress Divide as Chobi is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Gen G look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. Round and do a whole bunch of work if given the opportunity. Is now Gen G. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, blackout from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Weaver's Wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her fair bit of value there. As there's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The All-Out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Owner, who will get taken down and now aiming. It's diving forward. BDD getting work done as well. But Pace could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well as it's...
Good.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Q.
Wait, where did you put
So wait, hold on. So you guys
I
got
have
that on
Nongshim
tape, right?
sixth.
Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now and tell him he's an idiot, right?
Wait. We're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on. I think just sorry, I misspoke. He wrote Degon's predictions in.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake, make the ground shake, make the ground shake.
Waiting, watching from the shadows, wild souls chasing every losing battle. Yesterday is written with the ashes of this ruined wasteland that we travel. See you on the other side of the deepest to die. Kerosene, lit our dreams, we ignite. Take the leap, it's our time, no goodbyes. Fade away into the night. I see you on the other side. Gonna meet you on the great divide. The legends call our names. They say they see you on the other side. I see you on the other side. You know there's never time to say goodbye. These endings never change. I see you on the other side. No surrender, stranded in the open. Lay your life down, that's the fate we've chosen. Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is true or die. It's true or die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. Into the night. Fade away, I'll fade. go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
화이팅! T1 화이팅!
긴 단독 POM 가자.
김주희 화이팅!
소비 긴 젠지 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK, and not just any old LCK matchup. It is, of course, T1 up against Gen G. But this is the first time they're meeting in 2026. They didn't meet at all in LCK Cup, and the last time was at Worlds.
Yeah, I feel like we've made a lot of jokes like, oh, this is the first time, and we've been like, because, you know, this is the LCK season, and before it's the LCK Cup, but this time it's actually the first time they didn't play in the LCK Cup because they were in the same group, and with how playoffs came together, they didn't play then, and obviously only Gen G, it was Gen G and BK4X who went to first down, so yeah, it has been a while since you saw T1 against Gen G, and you know, I think I'm ready.
I think we've had enough time off, you know, and funnily enough, both of these teams also lost to KT. So they're in a very similar spot where, you know, they lost to KT and then they both came back and had dominant victories, but they still both lost to KT.
I think this is when we get the best T1 Gen G matchups, when both of them are in a similar spot in the standings, both of them have a lot to prove, both of them looking quite mortal, if we're being honest, and having lost to similar, or in this case even better, the same team. So right now, hard to judge exactly where they are, but I think would probably say in a pretty similar spot in terms of the power rankings, and hard to say who's going to come out ahead in this matchup specifically. And yeah, it's been a while since last clash in the World's Swiss stage. We obviously know who came out on top in that tournament as a whole. But yeah, often domestically, it has been Gen G who has come out on top. I know that T1 often give them a lot of challenges. We saw that last year when there was lots of undefeated runs for Gen G. There was that T1 series they took on them in the Legend group.
Yeah.
So at each other's tails for a good amount of the season, and I expect a banger matchup here today. I think as well, it's a pretty exciting meta for this matchup. I think both of the bot lanes have been bring a lot to the table. We've got an exciting meta in terms of supports. Carrier struggled a little bit with that first Anivia pick, but he is definitely a player who I think will flourish in this meta. And I think top lane as well, you know, we've seen both these players having some pop-up performances in the past year, and a lot of opportunity to do so if you get a good matchup there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of potential for fun today. I feel like if we don't get a good matchup, we'll feel a bit robbed, and we'll just have to wait and see if we actually do get a game number 3. Again, we've only had one game 3 so far out of 6 days.
This has to be it, right? Surely, if we're going to get a game 3, this is the series we wanted. I'll take 100 2-0s if we get a game 3 in this series. This is the one where I want it more than any.
And sometimes it feels like more often than not it does go to game 3 between these two, but sometimes in the past we've gotten like really good 2-0s where it was like very close and very, you know, it could have gone either way in a game 2, but then the team who won game 1 ended up winning it. So even that is okay as long as the games are, you know, very exciting and close, and it could go either way the whole time. That's a lot of fun. Doesn't necessarily have to go 3 games, but we'll have to wait and see. Jungle matchup is pretty interesting. I feel like both of the jungle metas very much up these two junglers' alleys in terms of what they like to play.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think jungle, you know, we just saw, obviously, Kanavi have a great series in the last match. Cuz was having a pretty stand-up performance in KT's wins. But I think for me, you know, I think sometimes the importance of draft can be overplayed a bit, but both these teams came off their losses and talked about draft and priorities there. I mean, I think for T1 they definitely did, but for Gen.G, who's coming off their loss to G2 at first stand, I think a lot of emphasis has been put on, hey, you know, we had the wrong reads, or we put the wrong priorities in place. So I think there will be a laser focus in, even before we get into the Rift, what the priorities are, what these teams are getting their hands on, and what they're going to be looking to utilize. I think we've seen these players are extremely talented and willing and able to adopt pretty much anything into their pools. The question is, can they get it in the right spot, the right matchup, and work it with the right sort of compositions? I think, you know, I'm using the example again of the Anivia. It is no shock that Carrier can pick up the Anivia, practice it, make it work, but I think the spot wasn't right, and they weren't able to leverage it because of the matchup in lane. So they also ended up in a situation where they gave over the Rise, which is obviously a pick that, you know, really makes the bot lane suffer when it can move and put an impact down there. So I think the individuals definitely capable of playing these picks, but you know, it's just making everything feel cohesive and come together, and that's going to be what I'm eyeing up. It is interesting that T1 opting for first pick. We've seen a lot more second picks here and now compared to LCK Cup, where it was just first pick all day long. So we'll look to see what T1 hope to get their hands on here.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. I think that your entire draft can be shaped by what you pick first. If you're not able to get something that is flexible or that can go with a lot of different compositions. I'm curious where these two teams' focuses lie in terms of, you know, we have so many strong picks nowadays in this meta. What do they want to take away? What are they ignoring? We don't see any Anivia ban yet. We saw that twice in the first series.
Yeah, I think the big bans at the moment, I mean, Karma, Rumble have been banned so much. So I expect them to be gone. The Azir being banned already is interesting, because then you start to think that there's Orianna, there's Karma, there's Anivia. One of those is getting through. We saw Anivia ban last series. It's not always banned. That's something to take into account. So I wouldn't be surprised if that made it through. But Karma, Orianna, those are the ones I'm thinking about. If Orianna goes through, what is it going to get played into? Ezreal getting banned away here specifically, making you think that perhaps T1 want to prioritize maybe like the Orianna first pick and want to combo with something like a Jarvan, Nocturne, and lean into, hey, we want to punish your carries, especially Azir's gone as well. Varus, who operates at a distance, not available. Ezreal gone. What are you going to play into that? What are you going to have that's safe and can survive against that threat? So Orianna does get taken away in this situation. Karma is one of the ones that's available. That's a standout. Ryze, though, is the mid laner who is going to get picked up by Faker. A pick that I think more than anything, we've seen Faker represented as in cinematics.
Yeah, I mean, he's really good at the pick, too. I think it really fits his play style as well, where he can kind of just sit in the side lane, farm up, and kind of bait people over and, you know, make really big brain rotations. Now, that is going to leave Anivia up, and also Karma. And Bard, which we didn't even talk about, or at least I didn't. I'm not sure if you did, Ox, but that's Keria that's on the Rift, and also Duro is also fantastic at Bard, so they're just going to play it.
I really like this pickup of the Bard because it denies it from Keria for the series. And also, if you catch the Ryze out isolated, you know, the ultimate's about as big as the Realm Warp. So you can just neutralize it, catch him out, stop him from Realm Warping away. So definitely value there in that pick. And we'll see, are Genji gonna look to secure something here for Canyon? They instead go for the Anivia, so they all want to lock that down. So kind of a double whammy in terms of denying support picks. They do weaken the strength of the Anivia a little bit by kind of solidifying it as likely a mid lane pick. Now, it has been flexed at top, but I think that's less likely here. But it's into the Ryze, right? We've seen this played a good amount. Chovy's played it a good amount. It's a matchup he's happy with. But essentially, this has the impact for the series, thinning the support pool out, limiting Keria's options, while also being satisfied with both your mid lane matchup and the Bard does pretty well into the Jarvan. Jace comes through for Doran, and I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing the Yorick here. I think a team like HLE would just slam the Yorick. We literally saw them do that in this situation. That being said, Genji could look to prioritize a jungler instead. If you want to grab a jungler before the pool gets thinned out, that is also an option. And it looks like they're going to put more of a priority on that. So a bit of sacrificing of Keen here to make sure that Canyon can get a pick, and he will go for that Xin Zhao, the Demacia matchup, into J4 here.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, Xin Zhao, we were a little surprised that it got ignored, essentially, in the first series, especially in the hands of Lucid, who went for the Nocturne instead, and they had Lulu. So in this case, really going to show off the priority of this pick and say, you know, we really want to get our hands on Xin Zhao before the second phase of bans.
It does also keep the Anivia alive as a flex. When we did see the Anivia, it was specifically into the Jace. So again, I'm expecting it mid, but if we are going to see it flex, the possibility is still floating. And it looks like the Yorick is going to get banned out as well. So that option's immediately getting removed. So, that, you know, again, it's fringe. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but the possibility is still being floated. But it probably is just mid Anivia. For Genji, they're thinning the support pool even more. So Lulu going to get taken out in this situation. You could just go the Lulu Nami bans. I feel like those second rotation bans really popular. Because rather than banning a ton of AD carries, which you don't really have the bans for, you could just trim those supports. Instead, they go for the Nautilus. I'm not a huge fan of the Nautilus ban here, because Nautilus into Anivia is miserable. And especially with the Jarvan there as well, so much terrain actually makes it very hard to play Nautilus. But maybe just concerned about the kill pressure in lane into the Bard. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Nautilus ban in this situation.
So it looks like maybe we get a top laner here, focus on Keen. And again, we could see that Anivia flexed up there. A little bit of a discussion going on, and they're going to save their AD carry pick actually for last, I would imagine, as Cassante or Sion.
I think Sion is what we more often see into the Jace as that pick who can just sort of survive, weather the storm, be that big front line. I think something that Sion can really struggle into is the Anivia, so the fact that you've secured it yourselves feels a lot better. Definitely not something you want to be playing when it's potentially on the other side.
You can actually have some decent synergy with that as Kalista. This did get buffed, I believe.
It
Is
did.
this the patch? Yeah.
It did on this patch.
Kalista.
Is it just going to be Kalista Renata then? Could be Kalista Nico.
Yeah.
That is also an alternative.
Nico got a lot of value, even though D+K did lose in game one with that pick. Career was playing very well. Bit of discussion. I think Renata Glass is just too good with Kalista. Nico is very strong individually, but this duo, insanely strong. And it will be locked in. So now we get the 80 carry last pick. And it might just be Corki. I mean, that's fine. It's not going to be with Nami. But still a decent pick and definitely a ruler favorite.
Yeah, so they just buffed the 80 ratio on Quitz's Ren, but its subsequent 80 ratio on the spears, so it does build up a lot. It is pretty significant. You don't build a ton of 80 typically on Kalista, but it's still going to represent a decent amount of value. Corki comes in as just like a safe 80 carry. You know, the Ezreal was banned as something that can obviously circumvent the Jarvan. Corki also does an okay job of circumventing it. I don't think it's the greatest game to be playing Kalista into what Gen.G have, but they don't have that much point-and-click lockdown that's easy to like keep Pays held to account. We've also seen Pays have some fantastic Kalista games in his history. But yeah, I think really T1, you know, playing towards bot lane, you have the Ryze. If you can get the Ryze moving down towards bot lane, set it up for success, you can really get the ball rolling with his team composition. If the Jace, you can get him ahead as well, get some momentum. That poke, you don't have great engage to answer. You're kind of relying on the Tempered Fate to fish for these engages, or the Scion for leading the charge. And those aren't the most reliable forms of engage. That being said, I think if things kind of, if you don't get some momentum going, you know, the Ryze, the Kalista into a Nivea Scion don't feel super comfortable. I think Gen.G, you know, if they weather the storm, I think they should be doing pretty okay. I think the emphasis is more on T1 to push the pace off this game forward.
Well, we'll see if they can manage that, or if these picks from Gen.G individually can get the job done. Looks like we're ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1. Okay, that's going to be flash out of Doran, just to get things started.
Nice move there, honestly. The Anivia is such a threat, level 1, having that long stun, especially with a Scion who can chain it. So getting Doran's flash early, a big win immediately for the side of Gen.G. We'll see if they can capitalize on that. Also in the bot lane, you know, it's Spellbook for Renata still. But we've seen a lot more bards going electrocute. You know, Spellbook did get nerfed a decent amount. But I think a lot of it has been like the emphasis on trading in lane being a lot more prevalent this season. So we'll see how much the electrocute just helps with like trading into this lane specifically. I still feel like it's a Kalista Renata, you do have to respect it. But if you can kind of like get the short trades in, you know, the quick little like Q auto back away.
Yeah.
It can be pretty okay.
As long as you're not overcommitting and getting caught by handshakes or Kalista running you down, should be, in general, pretty good. Chovy very aggressively trading here up against Faker, who's going in for a trade of his own. Gets the egg, perfectly calculated, gets away. So that's going to be pretty nice. Maybe a little follow-up from Owner when Chovy doesn't have his egg.
Yeah. Do you remember the series the other day when Faker went down to 1 HP?
Yes.
Literally 1 HP.
Literally.
Yeah. Not quite there.
And then 30 right after that as well?
Yeah, not quite there at this point, but definitely playing, I would say with fire, but I guess with ice in this situation.
Yeah.
But gets the egg, gets the reset in this situation. We'll see if T1 are able to capitalize on the lack of egg in this scenario. Unfortunately, only has enough money for the boots. Boots still a lot of value in this matchup specifically, being able to dodge the stun, but obviously not being able to get that early tier that you'd kind of love on a Ryze. But I think honestly for lane itself, having the boots is going to help you more in the trades.
Yep. Can always run his way back a little bit later on if he needs another back for that tier. Do see the junglers just essentially full clearing. We don't see Canyon getting those grubs just yet, but gonna go for the Rift Scuttler. We'll see if they have a big effect. Obviously, if you guys missed the first series, Kanavi totally took over both games early on and then just for the rest of the game as well. So he got 13 out of 13 on the palm vote. It wasn't close. Like, there was no real option for anyone else just because his performance was so good. So excited to see if Owner and Canning can do something similar.
So far, lane's looking fairly even. You know, Rule and Duro are doing a pretty good job of trading in the bot lane 2v2. Seen the boots value there from Faker, dodging away. They're unable to get the plate in the top lane, picking that up early, so pretty positive. Especially being flashless. I mean, we haven't seen Canyon move over there. But it's always a bit of a concern getting too close to the tower when there's the potential to threat the enemy jungler or just a Scion clearing the wave out and stunning you. So, you know, sometimes being flashless just means you have to play the lane very passive. Haven't seen that as of yet.
Just a lot of trading in mid. This is really all we're looking at. Is Faker seeing a lot of damage here from the minions. But Chovy gonna have to go for it back.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Chovy has TP. Faker only has Ghost, which he did use there. Duro's there to cover, but Owner... I don't think you go for it. You could just stop the recall. Oh.
It's a nice little root in the wall there as well.
If you stop the recall with a flag, honestly, it would have been massive, but it's just a little bit late. There's that like little buffer time where damage alone won't stop a recall. Carrier packs a lot of damage, but it's just going to be able to walk it off.
Very interesting ward there from Chovy. Wanted to try to get a backstop himself, but that is a control ward, so...
Yeah, Faker took the safe route around. Oh.
Little team gank here coming in from Canyon. Gonna get the flash out of Carrier, but Duro uses his own, so T1 able to avoid any danger down here.
And I think a lot of times, you know, you'd be like, okay, we've been Sports Flash, has a bard, let's see if we can punish, but it's a very finite window when you're playing into Calista Renata because, you know, you have the Calista ult later on. Oh, 6 picked up for Chovy. This is where the matchup gets painful.
Yeah, trying to bait him into a fight, those owners here. And eventually Chovy's like, yep, I'm level 6 Nivea. You can't do anything at this point in time.
Yeah, I think, honestly, this is a bit of the pain point. Really, we saw a lot of the heavy trading early. I think that was kind of just Chovy finding angles and Faker trying to fight out the trades. But once 6 is hit, I know Rise does get more damage on his overload, but just having the ult access for Nivea makes a big difference. Not too much action so far, other than just some poking and prodding. Yeah. Which I think is good for Gen G. Oh, Doran could be... I was going to say a little bit of danger. His flash is back up, though, I think is the big thing. Otherwise, I think Keen would have just sent the ult. 100%. Honestly, I think he probably potentially could have to try and burn the flash.
Faker is maybe in some trouble here. He's just going to accept his fate, and that's first blood going over to Canyon.
I think once the Wind Becomes Lightning hits, he knew that if he flashes, he just gets flashed after dies anyway. So held his flash instead, but I guess could have flashed the Wind Becomes Lightning and survived. But I think had to be aware of the skill shot before and know the kill limit then. But opted to hold his flash, which I think was honestly the correct call.
We got fighting between these junglers here. Canyon really trying to pressure, and now that Chovy's coming down, obviously, T1 will have to back away.
I think they could maybe lean towards Dragon on the back of this with how chunked out T1 is. They have a Honey Fruit as well to back them up, so they will look for that. Chovy might get chunked out here, but he does have Egg, so it's not too much of a big deal.
Yeah, he's got that back, and so that early trade from Faker to get the Egg doesn't really do all that much. Now you see Owner over the wall. Yeah, they're just gonna Fate's Call and throw in Carrier, but it's not gonna get smited away. And now we do have the Bard ult to come down. The Crescent Guard Canyon does go in, and Ruler, Valkyrie's in. Double stun does come out here from Duro. Not able to get Paze though, is Chovy in a bit of trouble. He's gonna have to flash the wall. Ruler with the big one, so close. But they do just walk it off.
Honestly, super close fight. T1 just about surviving, making Gen G pay for taking the dragon, but nearly paying for themselves. Yeah, this was the play earlier, where once the wind becomes lightning hits, I think he's just dead. I mean, maybe he could have... No, actually, I think there's no way you get out. Once the initial W hits, anything you do just results in you trading flash for dying anyway. The big thing here is the portal duration. Because Ruler ends up going in, and then after he goes in, the portal times out just... Like, look, it's gone. Like, it times out as he takes it.
Wow.
Otherwise, he would have just died. I mean, maybe he could flash over the wall, but very lucky on that timing. Like, it survives just long enough for him to get away. So I think a lot of members of T1 being like, man, we were lucky to survive there. I think Ruler, very lucky to survive there too. Licking that wound to disengage. And the end result is a 1 kill for Dragon, which is a lot less blood than maybe we expected in the moment.
Yeah, especially with T1, you know, they were really gearing up for that fight. I wasn't really expecting it at that point, but they said, you know, we have Callisto Renata, we have Fate's Call, we're ready to go.
I mean, I think the crazy thing is they threw this level 5 Renata in with no flash.
Yeah.
And I have to look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Carrier didn't die. I saw the play. I saw Carrier not dying.
Yeah.
I see the scoreboard, Carrier didn't die, but it's still kind of amazing to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
You know,
it's like a glitch in the Matrix or something. Like,
yeah. I think Carrier kind of, he threw himself in expecting to die.
Doran's going to get burst down big time here, super low, and now he's going to level up to level 9, might help him out a little bit, but eventually has to flash and just dies to the follow flash, and that's Keen with the solo kill.
Clean from Keen there, finding the solo kill onto Sion. The rest of T1, not really what you want to see. But honestly, not as surprised. I feel like we see so many Sions solo killing Jaces.
Yeah.
Let's do the LCK. Oh, fight coming in here.
There's a guard available. Canyon might be able to get out. He's just going to go in saying, well, I'm dead. And with no flash and a lot thrown at him, he is not going to get out.
Bit of an overstep, and the thing is he went in, but unfortunately that just means he's in rend range, right? So Pays can actually pop it. He doesn't have to, like, wait for the ult to time out. We'll see the replay of the all-in here. So this stun doesn't actually come through. But that's slow, yeah. And then once the ult hits, you get the full channel Q. You can just catch them there. And then here, Canyon overstaying. Big thing is he has no flash in the situation. Once the handshake connects, the Cataclysm's there too. And there, yeah, then he dives in. I mean, Pays doesn't even rend when the Crescent Guard is up, but the fact he dives in, it just kind of means like he knows he's dead. Everyone knows he's dead. And the rest of Gen G are like, well, see you later, buddy. You're on your own.
Yep. They knew he was dead too. We did see a Tempered Fate from Duro, an attempt to try to delay things at least, but...
Dead 2, is that the sequel to Dead 1?
Yes. Is the sequel... Okay, Ro's going to take 2 turret shots, and now Doran wants to get in and trade this, and he will! And even the flash used by Ruler.
Well...
Not the cleanest one, but they got him.
With every play, there is an element of the positive and the negative. You know, so credit to Doran for finding that angle. But I don't know what Ruler was doing right there, and I'm not sure he does either, so...
Well, he accidentally took turret aggro, and that was kind of the...
You know what's the thing as well? I'm going to share the blame a little bit. I'm pretty sure Duro had his ult up and available, and could have just thrown that.
Yeah, I think he should have had it.
And he could have just, like...
I mean, yes, he used it in the bot side.
Like, Ruler was far enough away.
No,
so
he doesn't.
Oh, it wasn't up?
No, it looks like it's pretty close based on the cooldown.
It's always really hard to tell the timers in the replay. I guess it wasn't quite up.
Yeah, I think it's like pretty close. Maybe like 10 seconds out. Meanwhile, on live, Duro has his ult now, but he doesn't have his life. Yeah. And now we got a TP behind, as this hasn't been the cleanest game we've ever seen, but it is a game.
Oh,
as Keen's going to go in, and... well, they can't really do any damage to him, so that's
They broke his shield.
Yeah. Just his presence. I mean, Doran doesn't have TP, so...
And this is buying time for Duro to get back here. That being said, Doran's getting a lot of gold off the back of this, so...
Yeah.
Also, it's Hextech Mountain Dragons. This
okay, they'll just roll Infernal.
Yep. Wow.
Caster Blessing.
Just
You're welcome, Genji.
Just hit. It's that easy. So we'll see how this happened. Duro was on a little walk. Actually, you know what I think the correct play was? I think the correct play was to walk back left.
Yeah.
But this is me looking from spectator point of view. And I can see everything and act in hindsight. So, you know.
You would have made the right choice.
Sure. Kind of cheating. But either way, some good picks coming out from T1. And on the back of that, you know, tower take from Darren on the top side, they have a gold. They are down in Dragons. And Genji just managed to manifest an Infernal Soul, which is very impressive, actually. You know, could have easily been not Infernal Soul. I do think that composition isn't the worst, you know, with the tanky front line. Even with, like, Chemtech Ocean, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah,
but,
you got Callista for the Chemtech Soul, you know? The value, the bailout.
I'm talking about Genji's comp.
Oh.
Yeah. The tanky front line.
I see.
But even then, I think they're very happy. The prospect of the Infernal Soul after the double strong dragons. So, you know, they're pretty happy they're coming into those early dragons. And it also means that, you know, the threat of T1 getting a soul is extremely delayed. So even though T1 have a gold lead, difficult for them to leverage it into a game end. Because soul is so far away. You know, forcing a Baron is a realistic prospect when you have Callista, to be fair, but getting stuck in the pit against this Genji composition is a bit of a nightmare. I think Herald is definitely a point of priority, just to push the pace of the game, especially into, like, Anivia, who often can slow games down quite a bit, put them to a glacial pace.
I like that.
Yeah. So we do see them making a move towards it. The question is, will Genji look to contest this? They're trying to get some vision in the area. They are moving, making moves over there.
Yeah, this time Canyon's not going to overstep, but he's going to hit that Wind Becomes Lightning, and Owner just has to flash out.
Yeah, good moves there.
Definitely the safe call. He wants to make sure he has a health bar if he's going to be in this fight. Wall does come down, but eventually will time out, and then Owner and the squad can get in. Little stun as Owner's going in, and it goes to 5, but it still goes the way of Canyon. As now Owner super low, trying to drag his way out once again. The hostile takeover is going to help, but now Canyon in an awkward spot. Some flashes away. Big stun on the Pays, as now he's got the bailout, though picks up 1 kill, but he can't get away. That's just going to be Genji cleaning up in the Rift Herald pit, and even Doran has to flash away. As the flash wall comes out from Jovi, and that'll be the end of Doran as well.
Huge teamfight win for Genji. I think T1 gave a lot of space. We're trying to re-engage, thought this is better if we actually let them go into the pit. But Genji just played this so well. I think Canyon got so much value in this situation. So we see Genji trying to, you know, initially they try and stop Owner getting in. Ruler disengages, the rest of the team trying to give space. And then Canyon goes into the pit to kill Owner. It looks like he's going to flash over the wall. He doesn't even have flash. He's just buying time. And they end up getting corralled into the pit themselves. The exact fate they were trying to avoid by kind of disengaging from the Herald and re-engaging. They end up in that scenario anyway, trapped in the pit. And it's just cleanup from Genji. You look at the fact that Ruler wasn't really threatened. Duro was just on their side doing his thing. Even Chovy only really lost HP to Doran. I think the backline of Genji were just untouched, and Keen and Canyon doing a beautiful job of handling the aggro throughout that. So really well played, considering they went into that fight with a deficit, and they come out in a gold advantage, and they got the Herald to boot, which nearly went over to T1. Very close, the health went to there, so...
And if you think about the pace of these dragons, like, now is the perfect time, as the handshake is going to hit Ruler, actually, kind of backfiring there, but he does chunk out Keria. But... yeah, this is like the perfect time to be very strong. Like, Keen is unkillable. Like, there's nobody who can kill him. The Rise is not online yet, but only the Rod of Ages, and you have Callista with the Bork, but at the same time, like, if you're in range of the Scion, it's going to take forever, first of all, and I don't think you're going to have enough time to take him down, so should be maybe just the Infernal Soul point to Genji.
Yeah. I mean,
vision they have around that as well.
I know Scion obviously scales well, and having a big tank in the late game is great. But I feel like this point in the mid game, before like carries are online, before they have like pen or anything, no one can cut through him. It's just so hard to actually just kill Keen. Like Pays doesn't even have second item. He is so far away. Like it takes so many auto attacks to kill Keen, and he's still doing pretty good damage at this part of the game. So just an absolute brick wall right now for the side of T1 to try and cut through. They're not even going to contest Dragon. So, you know, Gen.G had the potential to slow the game down, to be like, hey, if we need to give up dragons, if we can't fight them, that's fine. Well, they're taking dragons for free. 3 dragons in pocket, gold lead, composition of skills really well. This game is in a phenomenal spot, and I think there's some key power spikes coming through for T1. You know, we've just had the Ginsus for Pays. Doran's just gotten his second item. Leveraging these spikes is just about the last window that T1 has, I feel, before this game is going to slip away. What is unfortunate is Soul is going to be on the cards before Actualize is a thing.
Yeah.
For Rise. We all know how broken the Actualizer spike is for Rise, but
it takes too long.
Yeah, for this pace of the game, it's not going to be on the cards unless, like, Ona gets a crazy steal. But the problem is, the next dragon is going to be when Baron is up. So you steal the dragon and you die, you give a Baron.
Yeah.
And then the game is maybe just lost. So
yeah, it kind of feels like they're in between a rock and a hard place in this one for T1. I mean, there's really not a good answer.
Kind of feels like they're between like the Anivia wall and the Scion.
Yeah.
Right now.
And that might happen eventually.
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited for that to happen, actually.
That seems likely.
They're never going to deal enough damage to Scion. You know, they have some amount of pick potential, but it's not an insane amount. As Chovy just getting in there, taking a full rotation, as now Temper Fate's going to come out. Trying to make a play here with the stun, as he does avoid it by hopping forward, but still Doran is taking an immense amount of damage. Flashes forward, though, and at least gets the kill, but he still dies to Chovy.
Yeah, so gets a trade kill, ends up beating the flash for it, but you know, make it a little bit exciting in the 2v1. Duro does end up saving his flash in that situation. We'll see if they can punish Doran on the back of that being summoner, but still showing the potential of that Jace damage if it's disrespected. Now Herald is going to come down mid. They're going to TP Chovy in for this. And unfortunately for T1, they're not the ones with the champions who can stop a Herald, you know.
Yeah.
We've seen a few. The Yorick one, right?
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Bard is the classic, but it's Gen.G who have more tools in that regard. Chovy was just fishing. And he found a Jace.
I feel like Doran plays this very well.
Yeah, he does. Honestly, just the burst there doesn't give any window for Duro to flash, to be honest. Would have to just like complete reaction it, which I think would be crazy to do.
Yeah. Trying to make a play on a Faker here, but there is Owner in tow. As everything's dodged by Ghost. Rise very fast with the Ghost and the phase rush. And so they just back away from that play.
Okay, I mean, good Ghost value from Faker to dodge away from that. Gen.G's just still fishing phase plays. There's no huge emphasis on them getting this. But just anything they can burn is positive. But I think also... he has Flash.
Yeah, and he's got Phase Rush too. Just going to use that to get away. They get the TP though.
This is not a good spot.
As, yeah, Doran, no Flash. Remember, he used it earlier. He's just dead. And now look at this, the flank and Scion, the train from the right side of the screen. Didn't even see that, as now Owner going to trap everyone and immediately die. As Keria gets in, Pays gets in, and one by one, the T1 dominoes fall. Gen.G get the fight on their terms, and they dominate.
Fortunately for T1, pretty far in the hole already before this fight. The TP just was not a great spot for a Jace to be churning up. And as much as Owner, in terms of cataclysms per person, you know, got a lot of value.
He's like, I did my job.
So they slide in here, and it's just look at the comparison for TPs, right? This is not where you want to be if you're a Jace. And this is exactly where you want to be if you're a Scion. You know, immediately gets the flash from Faker in the midst of the fight. And then here, Oda's like, I can get all of them in a Cataclysm. They get this big knockup, but there's just not the follow-up. There's not the damage. Faker wasn't able to join in on the fight. Jace was already dead. You're down in gold. It looked cool when he got the Mega Cataclysm, but I think the odds were just so low of it working.
Yeah. This is just suffocating for T1. Gen.G are pretty much playing this perfectly. Like, there have been a couple of moments, but really, it's just been them winning the lanes where they needed to, getting the objectives that mattered, and having such a powerful mid-game spike that T1 never had a chance.
I think it came down to that big fight around Herald, the execution there, and so many Gen.G games have come down to just this super crisp execution in these big fights. Now, Keen, his health bar is moving. I can see it.
I think it was an illusion, actually. I didn't see it much.
Moving in slow motion, maybe.
Yeah.
The problem is, this is Infernal Soul. Doran is pushing in the side lane, but they are suffering heavy defeats in the meantime in their own base. And that's going to be another tower down.
Yeah.
Well. Oh, Doran.
Well, he's got the Cinders to help him out, right? We got a little Realm Warp play here on a Chovy, who does not have his flash, so a nice little pick. Owner getting pretty low, but eventually has the bailout, which might time out. Chovy, though, should be. No, they're not even going to get the egg. He just walks it off. They don't have the damage. And now the flash forward here. Oh, wow. Going to catch him in transition, and now Doran is, he's just dead again. Number 6 for him.
That transition was so crazy. We're all looking at the Callisto like, where are we going? You know, action across the rift right now, but it looks like Gen.G.
This is just a masterclass. I mean, not the most entertaining game, to be honest. It's just suffocation.
I think this is just what we expect from these compositions, right? T1 tried, they got an early lead, but not able to capitalize on that big fight. And if you make that one big mistake, Gen.G will crush you now. Faker.
Here's the, not much you can do about that. He does live, though. Well, I say that, and he immediately dies. Cannon just going to get in there and poke him. And now Pays doesn't have a health bar. He's gone. That's a double kill for Ruler, including the turret on top of it all. And that'll be game 1 in 25 to 26 minutes. As Chovy just padding those damage numbers. Gen.G make it look so easy as they suffocate T1 out of game 1.
And I think Gen.G looked out of sorts in that KT match. It was a huge performance from KT, don't get me wrong. Their week 1 performance was massive, but this looks much more like the Gen.G we've come to expect. And I think T1 ultimately tried to leverage a composition with some early pressure, but just couldn't execute on that big fight. You know, you have a Callisto Renata composition, and it comes down to that Herald fight, you mess it up, and suddenly the game just slips away from you. I think Doran had a bit of a rough one as well on this Jace. The TP was not an ideal position to be in, but I think the problem was they ended up in a spot where the Dragons were stacking, the game was in a desperate position. They just went, you know what, let's just send it.
Yeah.
Try and get back into it. If not, we go game 2. And I guess we are just going game 2.
We just go game 2. Gonna have to reload up and try your hardest next time, T1. It is 1-0 Gen.G, and we'll be right back.
상대 단오플 턴 이거. 오케이.
민영 그
야 라이즈 살짝.
민영 안 맞아도 돼.
야 라이즈 노플이야 이거. 라이즈 노플이야.
한타 빼도 돼. 칼리한테 안 맞으면서.
한타 빼야 된다. 사줄게.
타워 먼저. 오케이.
내가 다 W 걸어줘. 칼리.
칼리.
나이스.
초반에 조금.
알카비.
이길 싸움 징계 좀 아깝다.
맞아. 나이스.
자르반도 길게 하는 올수 있어. 싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the queue, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any sun.
야 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay. He's going to be caught big time here. Has a splash. No opportunity to use it, an owner.
나공 없고.
나 벌써 유나를 볼래?
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him. Now the play down here, the bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is so low. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pace, and now another kill is owner.
나 빠져.
야 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout, he's gonna get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in, and now he's gonna go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play and he got played on. As down he will go. They are gonna get disengaged on the tail, but he is just tanking it up, no problem. As only Scout goes down.
Overextending mini ARAM now being set up. The bottle comes in and Canyon gets the double impale. Vinkler is obliterated and Kellen follows through the three-man Empress Divide as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Gen G look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. Round and do a whole bunch of work if given the opportunity. Is now Gen G. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, blackout from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Weaver's Wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her a fair bit of value there. As there's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The All-Out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Owner, who will get taken down and now aiming. It's diving forward. BDD getting work done as well. But Pace could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well as it's...
Good.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
everyone. Welcome back to the space, and it is the battle of the two titans of the LCK. It is Gen G that get the victory in a very controlled game over T1. Very Gen G-like. You know, we haven't seen the explosive just run over the game and no chance, but this was a very methodical game of chess between these two squads here.
I think in a lot of ways, T1's draft didn't give them a lot of ins in this game. And I want to talk about the Renata pick specifically because in the lane, it's a ranged support into Bard, but it's still really hard to win that lane. And you're playing into a non-dive comp. Like, what are you really trying to play for with your Renata ultimate here? You're playing into a Nivea, you're playing into Bard, you're playing into Corki. So I think there could have been a stronger support there. Beyond that, we need to see a lot better performance out of Doran. And this was not a draft issue, it was just an individual play issue. He is just having a tough time here in the first few weeks.
Yeah, I want to touch on the Rise pick as well. I think many teams already figured out like maybe Rise first pick is not a thing because we could see it from the win rate as well. So I think I was expecting like T1 to first pick Bard, but it didn't happen. And also Chovy playing Anivia into Rise once again, successfully executed by him. And I think, as you mentioned, people are forgetting about the Sion pick more and more because Keen already played it into it and he was dominating that game too. So I feel like it was kind of easy game for Gen G in terms of the draft.
Yeah, both of our highlights happening on the top side of the map that show Gen G decisiveness in T1 indecision.
I mean, I think Xin Zhao in this kind of scenario, he has just so much powerful in this kind of like skirmishes. So you can see Honor going in here, but I think he's already out. So you can't really do much here. So Canyon and Keen is gonna look for the target. And I think maybe it was kind of risky, but him flashing into the pit with Keen and Bard ulti helping out as well. It was kind of clean skirmish by Gen G.
And Doran just can't really do anything on the other side. And this whole fight started off with Chovy's Anivia wall, right? They can't even enter. And it's objective control here for Gen G that really solidified their position in this game because every single major objective, by the way, they got the 4-Dragon, Infernal Soul, was constantly under their control. They just never gave T1 any angle to actually approach these fights and take a fair 5v5.
So that's why we mentioned about like those picks are weird because I don't think you want to play like Jace, Kalista, Renata into Anivia because in those kind of skirmishes, it's really hard to get onto the target.
Absolutely. You know what else makes it hard? When you TP into the other team. Again, you highlighted Doran having a tough mechanical game. This one has to be a team that didn't quite work out.
The Baron is not started, okay? Faker is tanky enough. You could just TP to that ward above Pays and look for a 5v5 fight. If you're playing like Camille, you know, I still don't think this works out. If you're playing Sion, I still am kind of doubting this teleport choice. It's just...
And I think that's still okay though.
Like, but look at this engage, it's great, but the fight's already over.
Yeah, they're doing a 4v5 and Renata already wasted his ultimate and this running is just full of circus right here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you could see once the Renata ult missed, the bot lane looked ready to leave, but it was a split-second decision where Owner decides to go in, then the team tries to go back in, and Faker's already trying to run warp behind them. Whereas you look at Gen G, they're like, see target, kill target, we're on the same page.
My thing is like, in this situation, you could have played it slow. You're like the king of Baron calls, right? T1 knows how to play these slow. They know how to deny Barons. They could have just pushed Gen G off the Baron and played for later. And they just messed up the execution again. And the draft didn't have a lot of tools, but when you make these funky calls, it just looks like you didn't even have a plan with your draft in the first place. So sometimes you can have a draft that we don't like, but the execution is so good that you're like, okay, they saw something we didn't see. There was nothing in that game that convinced me that T1 had a strong plan. And they picked first pick again going into the next game after first picking the Rise, and I'm not really feeling it.
Yeah, it's not normal because nowadays you pick the second pick actually, so you can have the better matchup on the top lane. But it seems like they still care about the pick to like first pick it. But I think, yeah, the reason why I predicted T1 to win today is because of their bot lane. The way how they play out the lane is like so impressive. But this time around, I don't think they had the good draft into the Bard. I think they could have a better support matchup, especially with the Kalista. You have so many picks that you can actually play with, something like really aggressive like Pyke, or like even some crazy supports like, I don't know, like you can also play Ashe, I don't know, like that's why Kalista is so Like it opens up a lot of picks on the support.
It's scary for Doran in this situation that, you know, he's been solo killed so many times here in our first 2 weeks. He's playing against Keen, right? Like, he got solo killed by Perfect. He has what we consider to be the most winning top lane right now in Jace. It's one of the safest blind picks. Still gets solo killed by Sion, right? Like, Keen is right now, I think, in most people's minds, the best performing top laner here at LCK 2026, and can blame Doran for some of the decisions he made there, but it doesn't get easier moving into Game 2 and potentially Game 3. So I hope that instead of trying to play through him, they play through some Faker roams, play through bottom side, get your bottom lane ahead.
So for me, I think Lulu first pick can be really impactful this game because Corki is out, and I think getting the buff priority is so much impressive, like so much important. So I think I'm expecting T1 to first pick Lulu with the Yunara here.
I mean, you guys are all talking about draft. For me, the reason why we love these two squads is because when they're playing at their best, they play like an orchestra, all 5 different parts coming together in beautiful harmony. But right now, T1's still trying to figure out the melody. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys, as we are getting ready for game number 2, hoping it's a little bit closer. You know, we had a couple of fights that were kind of close, but after that, the game was kind of over. So hoping that we get a little bit more interesting of a game number 2 here. I agree with all of what the guys had to say there. I think Doran definitely has to step it up. Keen is an excellent competitor, and it's difficult to play against him in this meta with the top lane where it is.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to kind of. There's so many times where, you know, Keen, just stick him on a tank, he'll be rock solid. Well, I mean, he wasn't playing Malphite, but
yeah,
he'll be, you know, found the solo kill on the Sion, such a menace in fights, knows exactly what he needs to do. But on the flip side, he'll play carries as well. He can kind of just do whatever the team needs him to do. Very hard to just leverage a carry to get a huge advantage. But we know Doran has had, right, back in the LCK Cup, back last year was having some great performances, struggling a bit to find his footing, I think, overall, so far this year, but we know what he is capable of. They have gone for first pick again, so maybe not necessarily going to get him the best matchup, but we'll see how this draft plays out. We did emphasize the importance of it going into today. Both these teams have talked about draft and champion priority has been really important, and obviously the space just talked on that too, so we'll see what comes to play there. Already seeing a bit of a shift up in terms of what is being banned with the Ashe being taken out. And one thing to take into account too is a lot of work was done in that first game with Denial in terms of Fearless, because, you know, they picked Bard. Yeah. Normally teams spend all series banning Bard away from carrier, but because Gen.G not only picked the Bard themselves and won with it, they free up that ban for the rest of the series that a lot of teams just have to pay as a carry attack. So yeah, that feels very good for sure in that regard.
Yeah, it's that easy. Just got to have a guy who can play it on your team, which Dura absolutely can. We are going to see the Rumble come out here actually from T1. So there's a lot of stuff being left up right now.
So the two big ones right now are Azir and Pantheon that were banned last time. Ezreal was also banned last time, but I don't think that's as much of an issue. Really, for me, it's Pantheon, Azir. You could just ban neither and just trade them off. Definitely an option. They banned the Azir, so is it just first pick Pantheon here for T1? It is such a powerful pick. It has been doing so well. We saw it doing really well paired with Ryze, and then they were decoupled, and it was still winning. This pick is insane. It's good early. It's good at ganking. At level 6, it gets that global pressure. It's good late. It's tanky. It does 1,000,000 damage. It is just the jungler of all junglers.
It does everything.
The only weakness, I'd say, of Pantheon is it's not as like reliable, structured engage as like a Jarvan or a Wukong. That is the only weakness this pick has. But in return, Gen.G are going to slam Yunara, and they can threaten the Lulu later. They don't necessarily have to pick it now. We'll see. They could just secure them together if they're concerned about like a denial from the other side. But they could also go in a different direction and then save like a Lulu for 3 if they don't want to commit to the full bot lane. Looking at the Nocturne, we've already seen KT played Lulu Nocturne. We saw an attempt by D+ last series to play Lulu Nocturne that didn't go so well. So
yeah, they did pick those champions together.
I think Gen.G are kind of gunning for a Lulu on 3. Will T1 try and deny it? Or will they just let it happen and kind of say, cool, we see what you're going for, we're just going to try and counteract it? That is the question.
I mean, from what's left in the support role, Lulu does feel good, so you could just pick, but instead we are going to see Aurora.
Yeah, technically a flex. Kind of expecting it mid for the most part, but could go towards top if they needed to. Now you could slam an 80 carry here to match. I mean, again, you could deny the Lulu if you wanted to, but you could just take an 80 carry before they sort of get banned away in the situation. But they are actually going to take that Lulu denial, so, you know, I think this is a smart move. You deny that Lulu Yunara, you deny that Lulu Nocturne. The space talked about that priority in the Lulu. The one concern is the pairings are going to get trimmed a little bit here. Like the good Lulu pairings. There's a decent selection still available though. Like Corki, Callista are the ones that got taken away by Fearless. Obviously Yunara's on the other side. Corki and Callista aren't really good with Lulu anyway, so you're not that concerned about it. Annie Nocturne, a big threat for any 80 carry that you want to protect with Lulu, but Lulu can go Mikhail's obviously and sort of negate that to an extent.
Still a lot of burst damage that they're going to have to deal with, and definitely can provide a nice front line of proactive engage for your Yunara to follow up on. So they do have a nice block of a composition so far.
Genji recently lost to Kog'Maw Lulu at an international tournament. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll get rid of that
shot.
one. Civ is a good one. I wonder if the Kog'Maw is on their minds though. That is my question.
Nah.
We'll see. We'll see. The Nautilus ban comes in. Zeri is another one. We know Pei is definitely a big Zeri player. Something he was very formidable on when he debuted in the LCK, playing for Gen G.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that ends up getting a look in. Obviously he has the mobility as well to slide away from like the Nocturne ults in. You just slide over terrain. You can just sit next to terrain.
Oh no!
There's the Kog'Maw. Yep. G2 living rent free.
No.
It's a good ban. It's a good ban, right? Kog Lulu's the classic.
It just hurts.
Thinking back to those sad times. But hey, we're learning. We're learning from the defeat at the hands of EU.
One small ban at a time.
Yeah.
We're very reluctant to change over here, and resistant to it as well. Yorick.
So in this situation, you could just take support without fully knowing the bot matchup. But if you're really concerned about the bot 2v2, you could just blind top lane for Keen here. I think going support here gives a lot more strength to Keen. Last draft, they didn't put, you know...
Nico Nocturne.
Yeah, Nico Nocturne's really strong.
Oh,
this is a lot of bot lane threat already. I think here you want to try and get an 80 carry who has some semblance of safety. Zeri has like the dash over the wall at least. So
it's got to be Zeri.
I think so.
It has.
You can just play near a wall, have the prospect of dashing. Galio 80 carry is safe. It's safe, but
yeah, you go in, you get the wild growth, right?
You know, honestly, if I'm thinking the 80 carries that are difficult to kill, I think Galio is probably up there.
Okay.
Obviously, Galio mid. That does mean it's going to be that Aurora top, and it adds like another layer of protection for the 80 carry.
Are we really playing Draven here?
No, it's not Draven.
You're not playing Draven.
It's probably going to be... I expect it to be the Zeri. I think the dash over the wall, you play near a wall, you can dash away if the Nocturne comes in, and it is the hyper carry element. I think it's the one that makes the most sense. You have the extra threat of the Aurora, the Pantheon has good damage output, you've got good protection. Yes, Zeri is the hyper carry here, but I think it works. And for the side of Gen G, the Ambessa, a little awkward into the Aurora. We've actually seen Keen do well in this matchup, surprisingly, but it's not the most fun playing Ambessa into Aurora. But I remember him playing this matchup and doing well.
And if you get through lane, it goes so well with the comp.
Yeah.
Right? You just go in on whatever target Annie's or Nico's attacking, and you just blow someone up and just try to get through lane.
I think both teams have very thematically fitting compositions for what they want to do, right? I think both teams have clear objectives. I do think one big advantage that T1 has is like the Galio into Annie, super just durable in that matchup. Easy to set up ganks as well. The Aurora into Ambessa should be a fun time early. And also... Oh, he got banned. He's devastated.
Yeah. Our fellow LEC member here on the LCK broadcast. Thank you for the idea, Wadid.
Yeah, reminded them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately, T1 with the extra global pressure from the mid jungle, I think they have the edge in this draft, but there's a lot of engaged threats that FaZe has to deal with, so we'll see if we can keep up with them when we get to the late game.
And here we go, game number 2. I would agree with you. You know, I think if we didn't watch game number 1, if this were game number 1, and for some reason we had these compositions for a Fearless game number 1, I would be on the same page. And composition-wise, I still am. I do think that Gen G, though, after a confident win like game number 1, if you get one team fight win, I can't see them losing with this composition. And again, this comp is very strong from ahead.
I think it's having a rough time so far in this lane. Not having a fun time. I remember it was Keen played Ambessa into Aurora at first stand, into Lion, into Dokla, and went 8-2 and 5. And I remember that because I expected him to have a rough time in the lane, and he just didn't.
I mean,
he did have a rough time early, but then he found
What I will say is Doran didn't have a great game 1, but I still would favor him against Dokla. Let's just say that.
You favor him with a big Dokes?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, I would.
Okay, well, Canyon steals away a camp there, so that's nice. Yeah, so Galio will get to a point where he can kind of just weather the storm against the Annie. Early levels, not so fun. Getting that W shield definitely helps you soak up the matchup, and some MR behind you will go a long way.
This is very funny.
Not having a fun time. It's not fun for Ona.
Nocturne is not necessarily an invading jungler, but our pro teams are very good at understanding priority and utilizing pressure. I mean, bot lane's winning, mid lane is hard winning, and Canyon's like, okay, you can take your wolves. I'm taking your raptors. That's my jungle.
Yeah.
You don't get a jungle.
Leveraging this mid priority very effectively, and Ona's only level 2. I mean, Canyon is as well, but he should be able to pick up this camp, but this might...
Ooh. Pretty close.
Oh, he actually doesn't hit level 3, doesn't get enough of the chickens.
Yeah. I mean, he's still got a massive health lead. And there's no chance that Faker can come over here.
Ona's Smite comes up first, though. So Canyon can't really stick around because he won't do the red fast enough. And Ona would be able to smite it first and get level 3, so he's just going to back away.
Okay. Well, Electrocute's going to help out Doran here.
A little dangerous.
And a big wave as well. Keen
little
is
scary.
Taking a little damage.
You know, I saw a similar thing happen to Big Dokes.
Yeah.
So...
he definitely has a much cooler nickname than Doran.
I mean...
I'll give him that.
It is a great name.
Yeah.
But also Doran, you know, he's the guy who stocks all the items. Do you think he gets royalties every time someone buys a Doran's item?
Yeah. I think that's definitely the way that works. Oh! Wow.
That was close.
This is so annoying for Owner. Like, you're playing Pantheon. You're supposed to be the guy that makes plays, not gets play made on.
Faker is very low.
Yeah, Faker might just have to flash away. Instead, he gets flashed on! And an auto! And one more from Carrion gets it done, as now, actually Duro, rather, gets it done. And yes, Trophy will go down, but this is a massive win for Gen G. His Pays is super low! And Duro picks up another one. As you see, that Ruler does make his way up a little bit late.
So
and we have a 3-kill Nico.
This was a very weird passage of play. And you know, it's kind of hard to decipher because on the one hand, Gen G got more kills, but they all went to Duro, and we got a 2-kill Zeri. So surface level, this...
I'm Team Nico.
this didn't pan out super well because Faker kind of didn't get much value from his abilities. Owen had to flash out. Faker clipped Chovy there and then had to flash away and just died. Duro got the kill. Then Duro gets another kill here, gets a triple proc on the Q bounce. Also gets the root here. But FaZe manages to get 2 kills. I mean, if Duro had got 4 kills there, that would have been hilarious. Let's look at the damage. So, Hextech Alternator already for Duro. He's going to have
He got the root on the carry. Look at the damage.
He's going to have a super early Rocket Belt, which is kind of huge. Very accelerated.
You know, Nico used to be played in the mid lane and build AP.
But look at what FaZe came back to lane with. A BF sword. So...
I'm Team Duro.
Okay. We'll see.
But yeah, a little bit of a... I don't know. Should we consult the expert on, like... Do we stamp this one for Zeri? Like, it being 2-1, but, like, your team got very far behind? I really don't know. This is kind of up in the air.
I think the takeaways from this is mid is super far ahead for Gen G.
Wolf is absent.
Jungle is ahead a little bit, you know. Canyon is ahead in XP, ahead in farm. So even though we're talking about this mid-jungle with the global pressure from T1, they haven't really found a way to leverage that yet.
All right, not a Zeri moment.
Not a Zeri, not certified. Oh.
Does not count.
Ian has ult and flash. What can he do with this?
He's going to have to do something. Wants to clear the wave first, ult backwards. They're waiting for it, and he just flashes away. He's like, yeah, you don't have yours.
Pretty slick, buys the time. And this means Gen G going to be able to get first dragon of the game. And last game, they just high rolled.
Did you see that spacing? Chovy just barely
avoids the knockup. Yeah. Last game, they just high rolled. It was Hextech, Mountain, and then they got Infernal Soul. This time, the first is Ocean. And Ocean, you know, you get that sustaining lane, but it means it's not an Ocean Soul, so that feels nice. So getting an early dragon, very, very positive.
Oh, man.
Faker is not having a good time in this lane.
All Magic Mantle is doing some heavy lifting, and it's not lifting that much, actually.
Went an early Amp Tome. I thought he'd be going like the MR first item build. You know, people normally go, what's it called? Hallowed Radiance, yeah. Or even just like, you know, early Merc Treads would go a long way in this matchup. Yeah, he is struggling.
I mean, eventually he can press his R button on the pace, but for the meantime, he doesn't do anything, you know?
Yeah.
Now he's got Merc Treads.
Maybe he's going for the Rocket Belt.
We do see that there's a big lead not only in mid, but also in jungle.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest lead's in support.
Well, that was specifically CS per minute, but
yeah.
We do have a very big gold lead there as well.
And Canyon's level 6 already, so has that ult available. I mean, Owner is too. Want to see where these globals can get use. I think T1's still doing okay here.
All right, FaZe wants to go for it, and
great disengage.
See, I'm Team Duro. Look at the damage difference.
Yeah, that was a great slip. And he's gonna have Rocket Belt pretty soon.
Yeah, and they're trying to steal some grubs here. Canyon in a little bit of trouble, as a little bit means he's dead. The Galio ultimate does come out, but Keen is running rampant on that back line. Jovi's still here, looking for another stun. He's able to lock up Faker, the public execution, and that should be the end of him with no flash on Faker. 2 kills for 1 in favor of Gen G. And even Keen is going to take a bit of damage on the backside of that.
Just run out of gas in the tank in that one. Ona goes down, but Faker just really not that much of a threat. The magic damage shield as well that came through on Ona. I mean, Keen kills him. Obviously doesn't really care about that. So it's not really a factor. We'll see the replay. So a lot is committed on the Canyon to shut him down. The taunt, the knockup, the rotation from both the Aurora and Keen just kills the Pantheon, but without committing too many cooldowns. So they still have this stun that comes through from Chovy, the ult from Keen, and Doran's waiting for more cooldowns to be able to do anything. A lot of the sustained damage for this T1 composition comes from their FaZe. from their pace, from their
pace.
Zeri.
Yeah.
So in these fights without the Zeri, you know, it's hard to carry the momentum through into killing multiple targets if they're sort of even in gold, or, you know, they don't get like a super clean setup. And you kind of saw that. They had to commit a lot of cooldowns to kill the Nocturne, and then they just kind of didn't have gas in the tank to carry that forward. We do have Pays picking up the Yuntal already, but that gold lead he got from those 2 kills not really carried forward significantly.
Yeah.
Only up 100. Meanwhile, Duro's still up 1,000 gold. Nearly has that rocket belt.
Faker in a lot of trouble. Gonna
calculate
okay because he is Galio.
Yeah.
But he's not in the lane again. This is nearly a 30 CS difference right now.
Is Duro going to be... Well, he's not going to be the first in the game to have a complete IM, but is he going to be the first in his team to have a completed IM? He could be, honestly.
I mean, Rocket Belt is OP cheap.
It is very cheap.
Can he buy it before Ruler? Oh, they bought it at the same time.
It was in sync. We need to have like a slowdown photo finish. We need a slowdown photo finish.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Ruler had it first because the little icon on the left went away very slightly ahead of Duros.
I mean, having a Rocket Belt so early as a Nico support feels great. I know it's a cheap item, but supports, they get nothing. It's a tough life.
Yeah. Speaking of Rocket Belts, not going to be able to dodge Keen, as now a ton of damage is already going into Doran.
Oh my god, we just had it confirmed. Kraken Slayer was fifth.
Kraken was
Honestly,
first.
if that was the answer, I'd have rather just not known. Okay? Just ruin the fun.
Yeah, G-Sun. Oh, as you know. But the message was delivered by G-Sun.
No, I'm joking, by the way. We should know the truth, even if it hits.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Oh, well.
It's better to know.
Duro not fit. He needed 4 kills. If he'd gotten that 4th kill, then he would have been first to have it completed.
Yeah. He just never gets the recognition he deserves.
So true, actually.
Always taking the spotlight away from them.
Yeah.
Doran did get a minion. Or rather, Faker. I don't know why is it Doran.
So both teams set up with this dragon now. Would be first for T1. They are at a bit of a deficit. We don't have that many item spikes coming through, but a few here and there. Genji's starting to move in and contest Vision. Vision setup is going to be so important in this game. There's so many big threats, whether they're on flanks, whether they're finding good angles. There's so much engaged on Genji to be respected, but a lot of picks that can play flanks like the Aurora. And it looks like T1 just moving over and giving it up again.
Just
second
roll
game
Cloud
in a row.
No, it's Chemtech.
Double Dragon's giving up. It's a Chemtech Soul now. There are some champions who get a decent amount of value from this on both sides, but generally a lower value Soul. You know, I'm thinking like the Lulu, the healing and shield power.
Okay, we got to play down the bottom side. Ruler in a lot of trouble. Just gets flashed on and killed.
Exploded.
And finally,
that's what he gets for buying.
Shows up.
That's what he gets for buying Kraken Slayer first, you know, as we saw in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah.
But a good pick, good moves. Pantheon finally getting activated with that ultimate to find a play in the bot side. This is what we're kind of hoping for with those globals between the mid-jungle. Obviously, just the jungle there.
Oh, he finds it again. These max range hits between worlds comes through, but Keen, he has Hexdrinker and he just doesn't care about Aurora anymore.
He just keeps trading aggressively and not giving Doran a chance to whittle him down by just ulting him and chunking him first. Yeah. Again, this is what he did to Big Dokes, you know. And if Big Dokes can't handle it, then, I mean, who can?
Well, apparently not Doran.
So we'll see the replay. This was just a cheeky trap.
Hide on bush.
Flash polymorph into the flash stun. So a lot of summoners actually ended up being invested there to make the play happen. But it does ensure it's successful. And Keen getting some gold there, some plate access.
I mean, everything considered, T1 not in the best spot in this game, but at least it feels a little closer than game 1.
He just feels so squishy.
He's going Rocket Belt next, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's a good item on Galio, right? I think
Faker was always a guy that went for the AP style more often than not.
I just think he needs upgraded Merc Treads, if I'm being honest. It really helps those trades. He's nearly got his cross finished. He's...
It looks like it's finished.
Now.
No, obviously it was...
Oh, yeah, called it.
You were a little bit early, okay? You're kind of rushing. You're rushing a little bit.
Or was I dragging?
Definitely rushing.
Okay.
You know, I watched a video where a guy did a breakdown at every single attempt and whether he was rushing or dragging.
Really?
And the amount of like beats on a metronome that he was rushing or dragging. I think he was rushing on every single attempt actually.
Really?
So yeah, he was actually just messing with him the whole time so that he could throw the chair.
I did get that impression.
Yeah. Such a great movie.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that again, actually. My annual rewatch.
The movie is Whiplash, for people who are wondering. Brendan was just vague mentioning.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just vague posting on the LCK, you know?
Yeah.
That is the meta nowadays.
I hate when people do that, when they just mention around something. You know, it's just for interaction, so people go in the comments and go, oh, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
God, it's so... That's what social media has become these days. You just...
What does he mean by this?
Be aloof about everything.
Yeah. All right, we got a Pantheon on the loose, but he's going up against a 3-0 Nico. Gotta be careful about that, and Owner is going to not be too happy about that, although Faker does kind of save the day. And a lot of TPs being used, but keep in mind that the Reptile was just taken by Gen G this entire time, so...
There was so many circles in that passage of play.
And nothing happened.
Nothing really happened. A flash burn from Chovy. That's what we got.
TP from Doran.
Yeah. Herald for Gen G. But ultimately not really changing the state of the game drastically. Keen will get that plate, take a tower hit for his trouble. Oh, and a rocket belt. Daring today, aren't we?
Yeah.
Dragon up in 40 seconds will be third for Gen G. And I think on their side, Keen will be the main enjoyer of a Chemtech Soul. He already feels a little bit troublesome to cut through. You give him a Chemtech Soul, not going to feel too good about cutting through him. So we'll hopefully see T1 make more of a concerted effort to move towards it right now.
Yeah.
Did just see a Runan's picked up for Pei, so he gets his second item that actually Runa doesn't have his quite completed yet.
Yeah, looks like maybe he's close.
I think he might have it in base if he sold his coal, but doesn't get a time to reset. Keen, though, he's just...
I mean, you could just give away the Drake.
Yeah,
and give Keen a big sack of gold. I think I would take that trade, especially if I were Keen.
Honestly, he could recall after this tower and then TP in. I think it's too late, probably.
Herald is
he's going, he's going.
Yeah, they're just going to press their buttons as the Smite Steal comes in! And they're also going to kill the Pantheon. Here's the Nico in the Nocturne Ultimate. The synergy is gigantic, and T1 are just falling apart. Faker's in the front line with Doran, but it's just desperation. They're getting cleaned up. They get a couple of kills, but it's a triple for Ruler. A nice little Yunara moment on top of the Chemtech Drake Soul.
And it was me thinking it was a little bit too late. They just swoop in and clean up the fight so decisively. Canyon's first to make it. The Blast Cone engage with Chovy to follow. Just decimate the Pantheon.
Where's Nico? Oh.
Yeah, Nico with a great engage in the route on a Pays into the Ambessa. The split target selection from Gen G is so good. Chovy and Canyon together, and then the rest of the team working in unison. And in the end, it's only the Nocturne who goes down, and Ruler there to clean up. Like, it's just the fact that they can just separate and split this focus so well.
Yeah.
So crisp, so good. And I know you're happy to see the Mega Cone, the Engage Cone.
That's how it was meant to be used, you know?
Using it for good, not for evil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you're getting it.
Engaging with it.
You know, I just feel like that's what the creator originally intended. I feel like Gen G just get it today.
But, you know, this is the composition. This is exactly what Gen G want to do. They have so many engaged threats, and This was also always the concern for T1's comp. It's like, can you protect your AD carry? It's not just your AD carry. Your jungler got exploded too. You know, this layered engage, multiple members of Gen G have engaged threats, and the execution. This is what we've missed from Gen G. You know, they obviously lost to G2 and then seemed to be in a slump coming in week 1. This is the level of play that you know, we've come to expect from them.
Yeah.
And this is them feeling back in form. You know, locking in for the series against their age-old rivals. And now with a 6,000 gold lead, 3 dragons in pocket, it's starting to feel pretty dire. The kind of MO for T1 is you need a fight where things go wrong for Gen G. There's a mis-execution, not everything connects, and you're able to peel for your AD carry, because if these ults keep hitting, I just don't see a way in with this much of a deficit.
I feel like especially from ahead for Gen G, like it's kind of difficult now to mess it up. You know, like, unless you engage outside of the paranoia. Like, this is the power of Nico Nocturne, is that you can't really, as you were kind of alluding to, you can't really account for every single piece of engage. Like, the Nocturne's in your front line, but also Nico gets access to the backline because you just can't see her. Like, she's just in the paranoia, in the darkness, and out of nowhere, she gets an ult on your AD carry, and, like, yeah, even if Faker gets the immediate ult after the paranoia's gone or he's in melee range, even then maybe Paige just dies because it's just too hard to deny the Nico, and the Nico's good even without Nocturne. It's just so reliable, and I think for a team like Gen G, I just don't see them messing it up in this game, especially from ahead. Like, now you've got a Fed Lunara, like, you have the backup damage after the engage. And speaking of which, they're gonna go straight for Paige, and he gets over the wall, so that's why we picked the Zeri.
Gets away, and you know, in this situation it's fine, but if you're in a fight and that happens, you're out the fight. You know, you're chunked out, you're not able to contribute. And once you lose that Zeri damage, I think the comp's gonna struggle. So T1, you know, dragon up in a minute. And again, it's not the highest priority dragon, but you're already in such a deficit, you're already struggling to make things happen. You give that extra power to Keen, and
go next, fast.
Yeah. I think there's some champions, you know, I mean, this was always my criticism of Chemtech Soul, is that, like, it just felt like a lot of the roster just doesn't do that much. But there's some champions that it is just insane on. You know, I mean, Aatrox was always a good example.
Yeah.
But considering Ambessa is so shield-based, and she gets this heal and shield power from those 2 dragons that she has in pocket, and, you know, she's so hard to cut through, so she does actually get value from the durability. She doesn't just get bursted. I think she's going to be immortal. I mean, is she already? Maybe, perhaps.
Kind of feels that way. I mean, especially with the
nice
early...
little Tibbers save.
Ooh!
You know, earlier in the game, there was a fight. I think it was like the first fight on the top side, where Fake was like dead, and he just, his last act was killing Tibbers for the 50 gold. And I like how there's this little cat and mouse now. Fake is like, give me that 50 gold. Jovi's like, no, no, no.
I mean, sure, he can have it at this point.
No.
This Canyon is... Okay, they're going to control the bush. And that's going to be key. Engage from Faker just gets flashed away by... Oh, the flanking! Ambessa straight to that back line. They're trying to peel for the Zeri, but Canyon is right on top of him. They take down the Lulu as the Between Worlds does come in, but the ult from the Pantheon is late, and there's the Nico! Fights the 2 of them! And that'll be the end of this fight, and maybe just the end of this game as Gen G just absolutely stomped them at the Dragon.
I mean, Paze even did nearly 6,000 damage, and it's just not enough there. You know, Faker tries to fish for that initial pick on a Chovy. Not able to get the taunt, and Keen has this great flank. They have this brief pocket of vision for T1. They fly in, going for Paze. Carrier dies as a byproduct. But then when the engage comes through, Euro gets this beautiful counter. The double root as well, and the follow-up is immediate from the rest of Gen G. The target selection from this team is just flawless.
That's Baron.
I think, you know, Soul in hand, Baron, a 12,000 gold lead. I think this game seems pretty on lock right now. Ruler even has a QSS in pocket. It's starting to get to luxury buys at this point.
Yeah. It's time to, you know, pick up that Magi's if you're Chovy or Duro, obviously.
You know, that's... I'm sorry, I love Duro. I think he's a great player, but you know, you got those 3 kills early, didn't buy a Dark Seal.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That's kind of lame. Maybe that's why there's no justice for supports.
You take that back.
Well, owner's like, I wish I could play the game. And I was really trying my best to summon a somewhat close game. And instead, we got an even more one-sided game.
Yeah.
It's 12,000 gold lead for Gen G, 25 minutes into the game.
Only had 1 3-gamer
so far
in the LCK regular season.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And it was Gen G from behind against KT.
Maybe it's my fault. I really tried to summon it with this one. You know, I think I just cursed it.
You just griefed it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Not your
specifically,
first
no,
time.
I cursed it.
Oh.
And Chronicle was probably in chat saying, curse is unreal.
He would say that, wouldn't he?
Sorry, Bozo, that's why you don't work here anymore.
Yeah. Rip.
Rip Bozo.
Got him.
Yeah. That's actually a requirement of working here. You have to acknowledge the existence of curses.
Yeah.
And be very careful about your usage. Intentional or not of cursing things. So I apologize on this day for potentially cursing the series. It is looking pretty doomed, but, you know, we'll see if T1 can pull off a miracle defense right now.
Yeah. You know, sometimes we try to curse it, and it just doesn't work. This time, they're just going to kill Faker, because at this point, they're just so far ahead, you just attack the front line.
I think Tibbers is tankier than... Yeah, Tibbers is tankier than Faker.
He is alive. Tibbers, that is. And,
look at him heal! Look how much health he's getting back!
Yeah,
that's OP!
That doesn't seem fair.
Look at him go! Does he have a Warmogs?
I think he must.
Oh my god.
Takes a little bit, and then he starts regenning out of control.
No! Chovy! He just let him die.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bad Chovy.
Just gave him 50 gold. Now they're only 14,600 gold ahead.
Well, Faker tries his best. But wallets do be wallets.
Yeah, he just got nuked. Yeah, and then Tibbers, he's just built different.
Yeah.
He's that guy. We have 2 minutes until Elder. Okay, here's the game plan for T1.
Okay, I'm listening.
Wait for Elder. Steal it. Win.
Yeah.
3-step plan.
So, no vision, you just send Pantheon.
Yes.
And owner smites it away.
Correct.
So, there's only one plan, right? What if Gen G are just like, we're not going to let you do that plan? We're not even going to start the Elder Dream.
You go into all chat and say, by the way, Elder is up.
Yeah. That's a good idea, actually. I didn't think about that. That might work.
Yeah. Or you say dance party at Elder.
That always gets them.
Yeah.
They always fall for that.
How can they resist?
It's just too much fun.
Oh, big damage.
Yeah, Pays is trying his best. He's trying to get in there. And Gen G, actually, they say, we don't like this engage. We're not ready. And Duro's going to find the Aurora, and Doran is going to hit the floor, and that is going to be the end of this game. As Pays, you know, he's got some good damage. He's clearing the wave. You know, they don't have Baron. Credit to him, but you're 16,000 gold behind. So
he's trying.
The game is over.
He's really trying. He's still got sums. He's going to make it happen.
Yeah.
Ruler has to respect him, honestly. A little bit of stepping up there.
So who's your POM for this game? Series?
You mean for the series?
Yeah.
POM, not POG.
Yeah, not POG. Well, that was a nice Tibbers. That'll be the end of them, and that'll be the end of this game as Ruler gets a nice little shield bow shield, and they'll take out the turrets, and they will take down T1, and Gen G looks like they're back in form.
So, my POM. I think there is...
Choke.
No.
What do you mean? He played well.
He did. No, I mean, for other people, if they vote for it, no problem for me. But not for me. I have two people I'm deliberating between.
Not quite your tempo?
Not quite my tempo. No, he played great. He played great. I have no issues with the Chovy POM. Just for me personally, I have two people on my mind. I mean, Genji played fantastic. I think this is why we're kind of talking about who my POM is, because we kind of did all the death throws in the series. This was a crushing victory from Genji. Back to form. Back to the form we expect from them. Back to the level of play we've seen so many times before. And the hopes were this would be a close series, and I'm sure in the rest of the season we will get closer matches than this between T1 and Genji. We always do. But this was Genji saying, hey, we're back.
Genji is back, and it really does feel like they did not do anything wrong today. I mean, it's just basically perfect from them. And
actually, perfect's on KT.
Yes, you're correct. But it was it wasn't quite perfect, but it was basically perfect. So not quite the same thing after all. Duro obviously deserving the POM after getting a triple kill in the first fight. So I don't know what you're thinking about. They did get ruler that one time.
I'm deliberating.
Good steal from Canyon here.
I think I am satisfied with my answer.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Da-da-da.
I mean, the difficult thing is when, you know, it's very one-sided. There's lots of good answers.
Yeah.
Lots of players who played well. And I always in these situations hope for a split vote, because I think there's a lot of people who deserve shout-outs, mentions of playing well.
As long as the majority is the one you picked, so that you're correct.
No, I mean, I'm not one of these, oh, I have to be correct.
Yeah, we got rid of that guy.
Yeah. In this instance, I think there's a lot of good shout-outs. There's other times I've been like, oh, it's definitely this person, and then no one votes for them, and I feel very sad. But yeah, I think here, it just really felt like T1 never really found a way in. The team fight, the 5v5 team fighting from Genji was just so crisp. This was what multiple times has made people say, oh, Genji are the best in the world right now. Genji are the best in the world right now. They're the best team in the world. This coordination, this level of coordination, the 5v5s, just insane. And I think, you know, you look at Keen's play in game one and the Sion on this game, very consistent across both. Chovy on the Annie, just crushing Faker. I mean, I think everyone really was kind of playing at a pretty high level. I don't think there's any categorically bad votes across the board. I think everyone could, you know, I think there's justification you kind of make for anyone, really.
Yeah.
So.
And it's going to be two. So I do like everything you had to say, Ox, but obviously the right answer was Chovy this time around. His interview was great. I do think that T1 did kind of stumble into him a little bit in terms of draft, but then you give him some of these matchups where you know Chovy is just going to dominate, and he did on the Anivia. And, I mean, the Annie was kind of free. Like, Annie is just whatever. Like, he had a lot of pressure very early on, and he really utilized that in a good way, so perhaps that's why he got some more votes.
I mean, also, let's be honest. When in doubt, Chovy is a thing. If it's a difficult vote, he does draw more votes, right? Not to say he doesn't deserve the vote. He obviously played very well, but I
think it was either Canyon or Keen, though. I think those were the two votes I would have deliberated on.
I was torn between Duro and Keen. I think Duro had some great engages on the Nico.
He did.
And you just don't recognize it because you haven't.
He also had a paranoia, and he got 3 kills in the beginning.
And I think you have an anti-support bias, which you need to really move on from.
I would not be the only one.
So, you know, I think it's probably because me and Wadid are support players and you hate us.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, I think that's infecting you a little bit.
I'm glad that you called that out.
Yeah, so you should get over that because you're punishing these hardworking support players because of your dislike for your co-workers.
That's okay. I used to play mid as well, so that's why I'm so biased for mid laners.
Yeah, but
like
you
Chovy.
said you'd vote for Canyon or Keen and then not mid laners.
Well, I did mention Chovy first.
Oh.
But I think actually if I really had to vote, I probably would have gone for Canyon, personally.
Okay. I mean, again, I think that's a fine vote. But fortunately,
Justice for junglers.
you don't get a right to vote because, yeah.
Yeah, because play-by-plays don't have brains.
Yeah. Oh my God! Finally, you said it. I mean,
That's just the way it is.
I didn't want to say it.
I mean,
right?
that's just, that's the message that's being sent to the
appreciate
kids.
You saying it.
So, I just wanted to call it out. And
can you say it to Max as well?
Oh, he knows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's very aware of it.
Thank you.
More than I am.
Yeah, it's just the people need to know too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why I'm the Valve analyst. Anyway, guys, we're done here. Thank you for watching. It wasn't a very interesting day, I would say, but we had some fun here on the desk. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Genji. A victory, a 2-0 on top of that against T1. How do you feel? There were some moments that were shaky and a little worrisome about our performance, but I'm just really glad that we're able to bounce back with a clean 2-0 today. And for game 1 against T1, Bart has always been a must ban, but you actually left him open and took him instead. So what was the strategy here? Well, whether we ban it or if we take it, it was actually just going to be the same. So whether we take it and we play, I think we were actually pretty confident either way. And in game 1, the enemy went Ryze and J4, revealing their intention to funnel their top Jace. So what was your game plan? Well, as Anivia, I think I would be able to deny the Ryze, my lane opponent, as much as I can so that they cannot really scale or execute their plan. And even after the incredible teamwork to close out the game, you guys are pointing out the early Drake loss. So even in winning moments, you always find things to improve on. So as a team, what kind of direction do you discuss into each match? Yeah, I think if there's anything that we find as a shortcoming out of any sort of performance, whether we win or lose, I think that's just the right way and the right mindset to have to constantly improve. And we noticed that you are always pressuring your lane opponent, and especially we noticed that in game 2, you guys were focusing the Zeri down. So did you feel like you would win as long as you deny the Zeri? Yeah, I think other than the Zeri, there are no other champions that the enemy comp had that was scaling. So she was actually the highest threat and our priority to take down. And lately, lately, I feel like there's a lot of things that we kind of miss out on while we play out. So I think we always try to focus on improving our team fights and just kind of moving as a unit. And in games 1 and 2, you were constantly pressuring your lane opponent from the start. So how do you self-reflect on your laning phase lately? Yeah, I feel like lately it's been going pretty well, my laning phase. Although personally, individually, I felt like it was inconsistent. So I think I just have to make sure that I can consistently improve my performance. And your next opponent is D+ Kia. What is your mindset going in? For our next match against D+ Kia, we'll prepare well so that we can continue our momentum. And that's all from Chovy, and up next is the best analyst desk ever. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our wonderful translator, Deer and Demon Buddy, for those questions. With Chovy, they get the victory 2-0 over Gen.
Forget Mauhaus, forget Ox, Vald Analyst, sub in Atlas here, Atlanalist. Best desk, right here, confirmed by Deer.
Best desk. Thank you, Deer.
A 4 out of 13.
Oh, wow.
For Chovy.
What the heck?
We got all 5 players in the votes.
Wow. It's a Gen G classic.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's doing everything, winning all the time. You know, this game was a stomp. This game was not close.
I was really confused between like Keen or Chovy because like both players, they kind of gapped in lane, like to be fair. And not only because of the draft, but also how they played was really clean.
I'm just kind of stunned that we went from 13 out of 13 earlier for Kanavi to 4 out of 13 and no tiebreaker needed to get the palm. I don't think that's ever happened before. Usually when it's 4 out of 13, there's a tiebreaker because it's that close. But that is how dominant Gen G was in today's match, where everyone played well. So let's get to our palm comments, which will be about basically all the players.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. So basically, Keen, he literally picked the Sion into Jason, solo kills him. And also for the Ambessa, I think the first series, it didn't age well, but I think...
Why are you laughing?
Yeah, why are you laughing?
I think it's a really good comment.
Yeah.
I think it was great execution of the voice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I like it.
It was great.
Because like he doesn't need the ambulance because he's actually the one putting the hurt on. That's the whole. You got it right.
This is the best desk, everyone.
Yes. Most amazing desk. Yeah.
Most amazing desk, according to here.
Mine is a bit of a callback to our previous comments and previous comments in the past, where after Cloud Templar watched Keen's play, I'm sure he probably wet his pants, as what he said, or
That is what he said.
Look, all I'm saying is I hope he's got extra diapers after watching this gameplay. And I hope he sees this comment and knows that it's a joke. He voted Choke.
How did he not do a diaper comment? Wolf was trying to go with Cloud Templar, and Cloud Templar just left him hanging.
I mean, he's not on my Slack channel.
Damn.
Couldn't know.
Left on red. How does that make you feel at home? That's messed up when you get left on red like that. CT?
But also Chovy, I mean, he was literally flawless, but...
He was.
Keen angle.
He was. Ox going with you. Took all the kills and still to get Palm. I guess you need to get a Penta, which could be summed up as justice for supports.
Almost justice for supports. Almost. I think it's not a justice for supports angle. It's like on the fringe, but I don't think it hits the bingo card.
But I think the reason why he gets the kill is because Chovy set it up perfectly. But I don't know, yeah. Sure, But there is a bear in the jungle. Classic. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for him to play Volibear again, but one day.
One day.
Available?
You know, Volibear is one of the strongest champions in all of League of Legends, according to lore. Anyways, Keen is the vote here for Helios. Me, I want Keen as my duo. Cloud Templar, we have Keen at home. Keen at home is Cloud Templar.
It's a good mom's joke, right?
It feels like though, like Keen is or Cloud Templar is kind of claiming that like actually I do it with him, by the way. Like we do it. You just have to be as cool as me, Helios. I can call him up anytime because Keen at home is we are duo.
But actually Cloud Templar is a decent player. He's actually like master, like playing top lane, pretty like.
What rank are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying my best, to climb up for now. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see soon. I'm also master right now.
Oh, there it is. That's all. I just wanted everyone to know. I wanted everyone to know that Wadid is grinding
a little bit.
He too is master. But that's also probably why he's master. He's pretty good. Oh, you know what? I'm master too.
I mean, my unit is a little bit different. I'm just saying, Just saying.
Well, there it is. Those are your comments of Gen G as they take down T1 2-0 in comfortable, dominant fashion, which is what you want to see if you are a Gen G fan after that first opening day loss to KT.
I mean, I feel like T1 is like trying a little bit on the draft again. Like they saw Kalista on the patch note and they just give it a try in the first game and the second game as well. I mean, I think most of the time they are kind of confused again on the meta. And Gen G seems like they're back on the track with the strong laning phase, and they seem quite scary once again with the dominance performance.
Gen G has had a pretty tough strength of schedule. T1, on the other hand, like they only had Hanwha as an easier opponent, right? They had to play against Gen G and KT early on, so I think they'll bounce back. But my biggest concern is the draft reads here just don't seem to be getting better. I was screaming, we were talking about Kog'Maw, obviously we really wanted to see Kog'Maw, got banned away, but I was hoping for maybe a Shen in the top lane for Doran to help protect the Zeri. Play the Aurora mid so you don't get destroyed by Chovy's Annie. Faker disagreed. Chovy brought reality upon him, right? Like, I think there's a lot of problems for T1 in terms of drafting right now that just seem like they aren't getting solved week to week, which is scary because we had all of LCK Cup. They had a break They didn't go to Hong Kong, and here we are still wondering what the game plan is.
I mean, probably this is the season where we kept saying about like the draft gap. You know, I think we mentioned it so many times, like this split already. I think that's the reason why the 2-0 keeps happening. I think this meta is just so important to have a proper draft. Otherwise, you can't even get to play the game. So that's what happened in this series.
You know, I don't want to stay on it too long, but I do find it interesting that both of you guys focused on the draft for T1. For me, it's Doran is not having a great start. And as we saw in the replay in game number 1, half the team's going in, half the team's going out. That's gameplay stuff, in my opinion.
So that's also the draft thing.
Yeah,
because
like,
you
look at the
gave him
prio.
the Aurora, you know, right? So the Aurora has to get the pressure on the top lane, but it doesn't work. So that means they have to change the draft plan, just put him on the tank duty, and then like focus on the bot lane.
Because I mean, that's why I wanted like something like a Shen for him, because all you can just press R and give somebody a shield, or if he's playing the Galio,
or Sion,
been
you know?
fine. In the draft, because they lost Prio in mid so hard, Canyon said all of your jungle are belong to us, and like that's a throwback, right? Anyone know that reference? But man, I felt like there would never be a time where I would be around people who didn't know that reference. But anyway, I'm old. I feel old. This is hitting me hard. The jungle.
He's having a breakdown, everyone. He's having a breakdown.
But seriously, like, the jungle completely got in tatters and everything fell apart. And main screen turn off for T1.
Well, we'll see if T1's able to bounce back later on this week as they'll take on the DN Supers. But our next matchup tomorrow, the Bros go for a 2-game winning streak up against Kiwoom DRX as they are looking for their first series win. Then we have the battle of the unbeatens. It's KT Rolster versus Nongshim Red Force. Who you got with it in the battle of the unbeatens? Your match of the week.
Yeah, sure. I picked KT. Because like I can't get rid of like being perfect on the top lane. Like he's just dominating all the top laners, and now he's about to face another top laner who's playing good. So
I'm kind of concerned about Kiwoom. Like if they can't beat Bro, a lot of our predictions talent-wise here that they're going to end up being our 10th place team at the end of the round. If they don't beat Bro, I think that is almost certain. So a huge game for them that they need to perform in.
I think my fear is that everyone might have picked KT tomorrow. What does that mean? We'll find out tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here in the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye!
Kessler cursing coming?
The E word? We got 2 E worded for KT?
던 승부 예측을 뒤집고 DRX가 정말 딱 기다려라 칭찬 보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대0이 나왔고 그러면 농심의 여정이 LCK컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 기찬이 있었는데 2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다. 레이즈끼리도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
just when I lift my mic into the stone.